Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we're going to be talking about your September horoscope. Also, for those of you who are new here and want to work with me, I'm a full-time consulting astrologer. I work with clients every day to help them reconnect with their soul's intentions, fulfill their potential, understand the timeline of their lives. You can find me on my website. You can purchase my services on my website, which is written in the stars-astrology.com. That is written in the stars-astrology.com. September, the astrology of September. It is a busy month, folks. I am just going to say this. We are going to get a lot done, I believe, both for ourselves as well as when it comes to helping other people, being of service to other people. The good news is that there is no more Mercury retrograde in September. Yay! We have two lunations activating the axis of service in astrology, which is the Virgo Pisces axis. Eclipse season is back. Dun 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 dun. We are going to have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces in September, 17th, 18th of September, depending on where you are in the world. We haven't had eclipses on the Virgo Pisces axis since 2017. Venus is transiting through Libra, and then it's going to be transiting Scorpio. Mars goes into Cancer. Like I said, a lot is going on in the sky. Now, I'm gonna give you my favorite dates, my favorite days, and my least favorite days of the month. My favorite days are the 15th of September, when Venus trines Jupiter, the 19th of September, the 24th, the 26th, the 30th of September, so really nice days. Challenging days this month are probably going to be the 3rd of September, the 7th, the 8th, and the 25th of September. We're going to go into more details. Now, before we move forward, I have to say something. If you ask me, living in alignment with the cosmos is probably one of the best things that we can do for our fulfillment, for our general well-being, for our spiritual well-being. The cosmic weather this month is very Virgo Pisces, as I've said, right? And I feel like there is nothing that says Virgo Pisces more, symbolically speaking, from a symbolic perspective, than a meditation practice. Virgo is all about routines and establishing good habits. Pisces has this ability to transcend the mundane, to transcend the 3D reality. So establishing a meditation practice in September is actually super aligned with the cosmic weather. And I believe that it's particularly useful to have this type of routine, this type of practice, especially when things get busy in our lives. Now, we might say, oh, I'm busy, I don't have time to do this, but especially when we have a lot on our plate, meditation can be so useful in helping reduce stress, in helping us manage our anxiety, in helping us improve our sleep. And that's just like a handful of good reasons from a practical perspective. From a spiritual perspective, meditation is literal nourishment for the soul. The list can go on. I know I've said this before, and I am going to say it again. I cannot stress enough how important daily meditation has been for my overall mental health. I've been meditating on a day-to-day basis for more than 2 years already. I actually started this during my Saturn return. I spoke about it in some of my previous videos. Sometimes I do a quick 5-minute meditation. Sometimes I do an hour-long meditation on the Aura app. Overall, I feel like it has dramatically improved my life. You've heard me mention the Aura app before, and it's time to give them a shout out again. I want to thank Aura for sponsoring this video. If you've been meaning to make meditation a daily habit, but you don't know where to start, you have no idea, please allow me to come here today and encourage you to finally start your mindfulness journey with a very, very simple, very easy 30-day meditation challenge. It does not have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be complex, and you can use Aura to simplify the process, to make it really, really easy. Aura is a new mindfulness and sleep app that won the Best of Apple award, and it is used by over 7 million people. It is an all-in-one app for your well-being and sleep. It has thousands of meditations, stories, and so much more, like CBT, life coaching, breath work. The content on Aura is created by hundreds of expert coaches and therapists around the world. It is highly personalized. It uses AI and billions of data points to curate content specifically for you. From the very beginning, when you set up your account, to the more you use it in terms of tracks and features, Aura gets completely tailored to your preferences and needs so that you always find something to listen to without having to spend hours scrolling to find it. Aura is basically similar to Spotify, but for your mind and soul. What I like about it is that it's not an audio-only app. It also has over 35,000 five-star reviews. It has hundreds of expert coaches from diverse backgrounds, and it also uses AI to curate content specifically for your preferences. You're also going to find on the app, on Aura, exclusive celebrity masterclasses from people like Olympic gold medalist Greg Louganis, NBA star Michael Beasley, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, Twilight star Ashley Greene, and so many more. Now, I'm a big fan personally of guided meditations, and Aura has such a good selection that you can choose from. When you're really short on time, Deanna Burkett's home-based meditation and Tina Stinson's I'm Grounded and Strong are two of my favorite go-tos, two of my favorite super quick and short meditations. They are around 5 minutes long. Deanna Burkett and Tina Stinson are actually two of the guides on the platform whose content really resonates with me. How has Aura helped with making meditation a daily habit for me? Its wide variety of content, if you ask me, is probably unmatched. It's very easy to implement in your routine. You even get notifications when to meditate. It's completely tailored to your needs, and what I like about it is that it's not a one-size-fits-all like other apps. There's a lot of personalization. There is so much variety. It actually kind of like knew what guides I'd like, and I feel like I can always find endless tracks that I love on the app. You can find, as I said, hundreds of coaches here, therapists and storytellers on Aura, and there will absolutely be someone there that resonates with you. Aura has been a game changer for me, and I know it can completely change the way that you experience daily meditations. That's why I encourage you to join me on this 30-day meditation challenge through using Aura's content. 30 days in which, if you actually put your mind to it, if you actually put your mind into what Aura's tracks are guiding you through, I'm positive, I'm really sure that you're going to experience some of the incredible differences like I did, same as I did in my own mindfulness journey. You can get started for completely free on Aura's website by using my special link. It is in the description box. It's also on the screen. The first 500 people to sign up get a free trial plus 25% off. It's probably going to go really fast, so you might as well sign up now whilst you're thinking about it. Now let's go back to the astrology of September, and before we dive into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs, by the way, you can, as usual, find timestamps both in the pinned comment as well as in the description box of the video. Let's go through the key dates in September, how these are likely to play out at a collective level. There will be some events that are probably going to be much more impactful at a collective level rather than on an individual level. But of course, whatever happens at a collective level in some shape or form is also going to be reflected in our own personal lives. So let's get into it. 1st of September. Uranus goes retrograde in Taurus, and Pluto goes retrograde as well. Pluto's going to go back into Capricorn one last time until the 19th of November. Now, on a personal level, if you're wondering, is the Uranus retrograde going to affect me? Or is the Pluto retrograde going to affect me? The Uranus retrograde is going to speak to you. It's probably going to feel impactful. If you have fixed planets or angles in the natal chart around 25 to 28 degrees of, again, fixed signs, Taurus, Scorpio, Leo, and Aquarius. If you're thinking, does the Pluto retrograde have anything to do with me on a personal level? Only if you have planets or angles around 0 degrees of fixed signs. So again, Taurus, Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, or if you have planets or angles in the natal chart in your own personal astrology around 29 degrees of cardinal signs, Capricorn, Cancer, Libra, Aries. If not, then it's probably safe to say that the retrogrades are not necessarily going to impact you personally. On a societal level, this is big. Pluto going back into Capricorn says that there's more tearing down and rebuilding and resetting that needs to happen at an institutional level, in terms of the elites, in terms of the establishment, in terms of the status quo. Now, I realize there's going to be elections in the United States also during this retrograde. Uranus going retrograde in Taurus is kind of like slowing down a little bit, maybe some of the radical, novel, innovative developments that are happening on a financial kind of like level when it comes to the evolution of economics, maybe when it comes to the innovation of let's say food or things that have to do with the physical body. I'm thinking of nutrition, I'm thinking of like physical treatments, I'm thinking of innovation in medicine. So that's how I see the retrogrades playing out. 3rd of September, we have a new one in Virgo. New beginning that involves new routines, new habits, that involves some sort of level of service, that might also involve taking care of our health. The new one is in opposition to Saturn. New moon in opposition to Saturn says new rules, new restrictions, new challenges, new duties, new difficulties that need to be tackled with small incremental steps, I'd say. Mercury squares Uranus, it feels like something kind of like interferes with the normal functioning of established routines and established rules. Also on the 3rd of September, Mars squares Neptune. Mars-Neptune transits can bring accidents involving water or destruction of things that is in some shape or form connected with waters or like oceans. Mars-Neptune, it's Mars in Gemini, it's speaking to Neptune. This is a prime aspect for thefts, for also inaccuracies when it comes to numbers, when it comes to communication. So just be on the lookout. 4th of September, Mars goes into Cancer until the 3rd of November. So for the next few months, we're probably going to feel very driven and motivated to fight for things, to put energy into things connected with our home, our family, our roots, our past. Mars doesn't like to be in Cancer. It's quite kind of like it gets quite passive aggressive. It gets all sulky. It goes into a corner and it gets all moody. So sometimes it might feel a little bit harder to express what bothers us, what frustrates us, or what we really, really, really want. 7th of September, not my favorite day. Mercury squares Uranus, disruption in terms of communication, transportation, commerce, traveling, but also when it comes to the digital world, the internet, and so on. 8th of September, Sun opposes Saturn. We become very aware of some sort of like blocks that get in the way of us doing our job well. And we might need to find a way to circumvent those blocks rather than, I don't know, like climbing over them, metaphorically speaking. 9th of September, okay, this is good. This is good news. 9th of September until the 26th, Mercury transits Virgo, and we are speaking of a direct Mercury here, not of a retrograde Mercury. Mercury transiting Virgo is superb when it comes to finding solutions, practical solutions, tangible solutions to day-to-day problems, day-to-day issues. Our rational, critical, analytical minds are functioning beautifully. It's a very kind of like, I like to think of Mercury and Virgo as the mind of an engineer that functions superbly when it comes to getting the job done and finding solutions to, again, day-to-day matters. 15th of September. 15th of September, I'm so excited. I'm like, I need to share this. And I'm speaking super quick, and I hope you understand what I'm saying. The best day of the month, if you ask me. Venus trines Jupiter, superb kind of like energy when it comes to love, romance, relationships. When it comes to taking a relationship to a new level, when it comes to entering into new relationships, new collaborations. It's not just romantic relationships that I'm referring to. Traveling with other people is very nicely aspected. Being inspired by others, getting help from others, helping others, finding our tribe, finding like-minded individuals, getting inspired by people who are coming from different kind of like cultures or countries. All of that is superbly aspected. It's a very, very lucky day. It's a very auspicious day. It's a day that is probably going to look really good, maybe when it comes to, I don't know, like the stock market or things like that. Venus is also associated with value. I'm loving this day. You might also feel the energy of this trine, this harmonious aspect, the day before, on the 14th. 18th of September, full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. Around 25 degrees of Pisces. As I've said, we haven't had eclipses on this axis since 2017, and it's giving us a preview of the series of eclipses that's going to start off properly next year in the spring until 2027, folks. So pay attention to this. Some sort of a culminating point, maybe that puts the spotlight on matters connected with spirituality, health, mental health, drugs, pharmaceutical industry. The health kind of like sector is very strongly emphasized. This eclipse could also put the spotlight on people who are suffering in some shape or form, and how we can help them. I like the fact that the ruler of the eclipse, Jupiter, is trining Venus, so it feels like whatever's going on in the world, people are kind of like coming together and collaborating to help selflessly. Mercury is opposing Saturn, however, so from a practical, mental, logical, rational perspective, there could be a lot of judgment in this whole equation, let's say. 19th of September, Sun trines Uranus. I mean, this is a great day for all matters connected with technological work, digital work, finding innovative solutions to matters connected with health or construction or the financial sector. 22nd of September, Libra season starts. Beautiful. Also on the same day, Sun trines Pluto. This puts the spotlight on what is buried, what is hidden, and how things need to be transformed from a practical perspective. 23rd of September, Venus goes into Scorpio. Now, Venus doesn't really like being in Scorpio. It's going to be here until the 17th of October. Relationships get a little bit stickier. It's like they become deeper, more profound. We kind of like start uncovering someone's like secrets. We might be a lot more suspicious in relationships. So yeah, just be aware. 24th of September and 26th, two of my favorite days, as I've said. 24th, Mercury trines Uranus, original ideas, and 26th, Mercury trines Pluto before it goes into Libra. Knowledge is power on this day. And speaking about matters that are very potent and powerful, maybe even taboo, is likely to bring very good solutions to tangible problems. 25th of September, I don't like it. Mercury opposes Neptune. Careful with liars, careful with scams, careful with like working with the wrong data, the wrong numbers, the wrong kind of like stats. 30th of September, Mercury Cazimi in Libra. Great day to sign contracts and to enter into partnerships and collaborations, not necessarily just romantic, but professional potentially. And Mars trines Saturn, a day to get really hard work done. You might also feel this energy the day before and the day after. And especially to get hard work done, that involves a lot of emotional kind of like stamina, if we can call it this, way. Now, before we go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs, if you're new here, please keep in mind that these horoscopes are built with the rising sign in mind. So my recommendation is to listen to the horoscope for your ascendant, for your rising sign. If you don't know that, of course, you can listen to the update for your sun sign. But if you know what your ascendant is, then please listen to that. If you know your date, time, and place of birth, the time of birth is very important. It's very easy to generate your natal chart online on sites like astro.com or astro-seek.com. And your natal chart is going to tell you what your rising sign is, what your ascendant is. But very important to have the correct time of birth. And please remember, folks, that these are general horoscopes. They are not personal horoscopes. And if you want to work with me on a personal kind of like level for us to dive into your natal chart, you can find me on my website, which is written in the stars-astrology.com. It's also in the description box, my website. My dear Aries, Aries suns, and Aries risings. September 2024. What does it have in store for you? Well, first and foremost, Aries, I have to say that I really love the transit of Venus through your 7th house of relationships, all the way until the 23rd of September. Now, Venus in astrology is the planet of love, affection, beauty, harmony, peace, and collaboration. And with Venus moving through your house of relationships, partnerships, collaborations in general, you may find that other people are likely to be very accommodating. You may find that other people are genuinely trying to please you. You may find that your relationships with others are receiving this sort of like boost of harmony and understanding. This is a fabulous time for you, my lovely Aries, to, well, do a few things. So first and foremost, if you want to smooth a relationship with someone, my recommendation is to take advantage of the first 3 weeks of September, because relationships are likely to go through a process of improvement. If you are looking to connect with someone romantically, let's say you're single and you want to meet someone, then this transit is really, really, really auspicious, because you may find people that are right up your street, that really embody the qualities that you're looking for in a partner, especially for Aries risings. If you are already in a relationship, you may find that the connection with your significant other is going much better. You may find that it's a lot easier to reach some sort of common ground, some sort of middle ground. You may find that it's a lot easier to maybe meet each other halfway, maybe make compromises. You may even find that your significant other is very willing to make compromises and do things your way. The 7th house is not just the house of romantic relationships. It is also the house of business partnerships and of partnerships in general. So if you are looking to sign some sort of a deal, if you're looking to, enter into a partnership of any type, I once again recommend that you take advantage of the first 3 weeks of September. One of my favorite days in September actually is the 15th, when Venus is going to make a harmonious aspect with Jupiter, the great benefic. So the 15th of September and maybe even the 14th of September. So these 2 days are really, really, really auspicious when it comes to entering into partnerships, when it comes to saying yes to collaborations, when it comes to welcoming into your life a new business partner, when it comes to maybe attracting clients or collaborators your way. Venus is also the ruler of your house of income. So all the way until the 23rd of September, Aries, the relationships that you invest in are likely to be quite auspicious also from a financial perspective. Once again, please keep in mind the 14th and the 15th of September when it comes to entering into partnerships. If you are looking for someone to help you with anything, Venus transiting your 7th house is likely to attract your way the right people. The people that are very understanding of what you need, the people that really understand where you're coming from, that are really open to understanding what you truly and genuinely value. So once again, it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful time that you're likely to experience from the perspective of relationships and interactions with others. Now, let's say you're in a war with someone. I mean, obviously, metaphorically speaking, let's say you are experiencing, some sort of conflict with someone. Venus transiting the 7th house can help you bury the hatchet, especially around the 14th, 15th of September. I feel like you can literally negotiate and enter into some sort of mutually fulfilling agreement with anyone, even some sort of an open enemy, some sort of an open adversary, let's say. And the 14th and the 15th of September can also be some really genuinely romantic days. Maybe days in which you, I don't know, want to surprise your significant other with a date. Maybe you want to take them away for the day. Maybe you're planning a trip together with them. It also feels like around the 14th, 15th of September, you are having some very constructive conversations with people, especially constructive conversations connected with maybe plans for the future, maybe traveling, potentially education, maybe also constructive conversations connected with topics and areas that might have been a little bit sticky and challenging in the past. So 15th of September is probably my absolute favorite day of the month. Also, the auspicious energy of Venus trining Jupiter is probably going to be felt on the 14th as well. So I really like the 14th and the 15th of September. Now I'm going to give you a run through my favorite days of the month. And of course, we're also going to go through the most important dates of September in chronological order. But my favorite days are the following. So 15th of September, 19th of September, when we are going to have a harmonious aspect between, let's see, the Sun and Uranus. This is actually really supportive for you from a financial perspective and from a work perspective, my dear Aries. I also like the 24th and the 26th of September when it comes to ideas and connections and coming up with really kind of like smart solutions. And I like the 30th of September as well, when we have a Mercury Cazimi in your 7th house of relationships. Once again, relationships are going really well. You're in agreement with people. Maybe you're receiving really good advice on the 30th of September. On the 30th of September, Mars is also trining Saturn, a very supportive energy as well in the sky from that perspective. So you can achieve some sort of like really hard work. Challenging days in September, 7th, 8th, and the 25th. These are probably the most challenging. On the 7th, we've got maybe disruptions in communication and transport. On the 8th, something is really frustrating at work, very possibly, and you might be feeling a little bit drained and depleted physically as well. And on the 25th, communication can be really confusing and ambiguous. Now, let's go back to the very beginning of the month. September begins with a new moon in Virgo on the 3rd of September. It's probably going to be active also a few days before, a few days after, 3 days before, 3 days after. This new moon is happening in your 6th house of health and day-to-day work. It can bring in some sort of new job or new work-related project or new set of habits and routines when it comes to your health. So there's this kind of like fresh energy when it comes to either day-to-day work. Maybe you're starting to work with a new team. Maybe you're starting to work on something new that potentially demands you to learn new skills in some shape or form. Whatever it is that you're kicking off, either work-wise or health-wise, I feel like there is some sort of a, how should I call it? New set of rules that you need to adhere to. Maybe a new set of rules that involves you may be acting in a limited and quite restricted way. Why? Because the new one is in opposition to Saturn. There's also a possibility that, for example, if you're starting a new job, maybe you're working more and with less people to support you. If you are starting some sort of a new health regimen, it feels like you need to cut down on something that might have been undermining your health from behind the scenes. Mercury, the ruler of the new moon, is in a tense aspect to Uranus. I feel like whatever you're kicking off, either work-wise or health-wise, you need to pay really close attention to your financial situation and maybe look really closely at what it is that you're spending money on, how much things are costing you, and whether you need to get rid of some specific costs. There is a possibility for those of you who have kids that it could be your child who maybe needs some sort of new support when it comes to their health or when it comes to any sort of extracurricular activities that they're involved in. I feel like this is quite costly, so I feel like this new moon is coming with some sort of an expense. There is a possibility, so I'm looking at Mars squaring Neptune on the same day, on the 3rd of September, but you might also feel it on the day before and the day after. Mars is the ruler of your physical body. It's also the ruler of your life direction. I feel like basically you need to take something into account in terms of moving forward that you were not aware of, maybe either in regards to your health situation or maybe in regards to something that was going on behind the scenes that you just did not have maybe visibility of. My recommendation is, especially around the 3rd of September, day before and day after, to not be in a rush anywhere, to not drive quickly, to not drive fast. There is a possibility that you could experience some sort of car-related trouble and maybe you need to fix it. And as a result of car-related trouble, maybe you need to revisit your commute or come up with an alternative route. There is a chance that you might be feeling a little bit frazzled, maybe also from a nervous perspective. So kind of like, I'm talking about your nervous system, I'm talking about your mental health, and you might decide, you know what, as a result of this, I'm going to be doing less at work, or I'm not going to be taking on more clients or new clients, or I need to kind of like communicate my novel boundaries at work, even though potentially it's not something that comes very, very easily, I would say. I'm just going to say something else. Mars, Neptune sometimes can indicate some sort of a cold, maybe getting a cold, maybe getting like a respiratory virus. It's not mandatory, of course, and obviously please listen to the advice of your doctor above everything else. But there is a possibility that you might catch something around this time. So if you feel like you need to take it slow and take it easy, do take it slow and easy. And make sure you're fully recovered and recuperated before you go back into work. Now, 4th of September, Mars goes into Cancer in your house of home and living situation and family life all the way until the 3rd of November. So I feel like you're going to be very active and very invested in like doing things and taking action and putting energy towards home matters, family matters, and I want to say that potentially you might have a lot of things that you need to solve and fix connected with home, property, real estate, and family matters. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that Mars likes to work alone, and Mars also feels like other people are moving quite slowly. So there is a possibility until the 3rd of November that you might be frustrated if people at home aren't kind of like keeping up with you pace-wise. That could result in conflicts, that could result in arguments. Mars can be quite argumentative. Mars is a good energy to use when you need to kind of like do things and get things out of the way. But if people get in your way, then that's where it can get a little bit conflictual. Now, if you need to stand up to someone at home, then so be it. But do be careful because you might be a little bit extra touchy in terms of taking things to heart, in terms of feeling upset, in terms of feeling annoyed with family members. 7th of September, as I said, some sort of disruption in terms of maybe communication or transportation. There could also be some sort of an unexpected expense that you need to take care of connected with kids or connected with your education or with your children's education if you have kids already. 8th of September, take it slow at work. That's my recommendation. You do seem to feel a little bit tired. You might feel like you're also not getting anywhere with your work on this day. Sometimes it's okay to kind of like lay down the arms and say, okay, not today, maybe tomorrow. Now, 9th of September, Mercury goes back into Virgo all the way until the 26th of September. I like this transit because you're probably going to find a lot of solutions and mentally you're kind of like very active and very technical and very logical and very analytical and very problem kind of like solving oriented in the workspace. It also feels like ideas come to you quite easily when it comes to solving things, not just in the workspace, but also when it comes to your health. Mercury supports your health throughout this whole period from the 9th of September until the 26th. So if you've been experiencing any issues health-wise, I do believe that things are likely to ease up from the 9th of September onwards. 15th of September, as I said, my favorite day of the month. And dun 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 dun, we've got an eclipse this month. That's right, folks, eclipse season is back. In case you missed it. We're going to have the first eclipse on the Pisces Virgo axis. The first eclipse of this Pisces Virgo axis set of eclipses. That's going to last for the next couple of years, all the way until, let me see, all the way until the spring of 2027. So we're starting the eclipses this autumn, and all the way until the spring of 2027, we're going to have eclipses on the Pisces Virgo axis. This is a full moon lunar eclipse, so a point of culmination. In Pisces, it activates your 12th house, 6th house axis. The moon conjuncts Neptune, and Jupiter, the ruler of the eclipse, is in the 3rd house, making a nice aspect to Venus, but squaring the eclipse. Dun, 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 dun. So, a few things could happen here. Some people might leave their job. Some people might give up on a certain type of work that they've been doing. This is also an eclipse that might put the spotlight on how you have been sabotaging yourselves, my dear Aries. How you've been shooting yourselves in the foot and what needs to go. This eclipse also puts the spotlight on your mental health, and you might come up with kind of like new ideas, and there could be people around you supporting you with new ideas on how to better tackle your mental health. It feels like you need to potentially make peace with the fact that something needs to go, something needs to exit your life around this time. It could be a habit, it could be a job, you could be saying goodbye to a colleague, a coworker, or a certain team. I feel like you might also need to give up on a set of, routines or approaches connected with your health here because they're no longer working. It feels like you're learning something around this time. And it feels like things are starting to click and to make sense. And as a result of you learning something and understanding something properly, you're like, okay, this thing, it has to go. Sometimes things or people exit our life at the time of eclipses, especially lunar eclipses. And if anyone exits your life, be it a client, be it a boss, be it a team member, and then maybe it's okay to just kind of like accept it, roll with it, and find ways to kind of like deal with it in the future. There is going to be a grand trine in Earth, in the Earth element in the sky at the time of this eclipse, between the Sun, Uranus, and Pluto. So whatever's happening in your work sector, my recommendation, even if someone is leaving, even if you're saying goodbye to a job, even if things are changing when it comes to your day-to-day work, my recommendation is to actually see it as an indicator of how you can further transform the way that you work and the way that you approach maybe your financial situation and your career in general. You can transform these and end up actually with more money, end up in a better position financially, and end up potentially on a career path that is much more fulfilling, even if it does involve some sort of a transformation or additional transformation on your end. I like the 19th of September, as I said, because the Sun trines Uranus, so there could be good news connected with money and finances, or you could be feeling very appreciated for being innovative and progressive in the workspace. 22nd of September, Libra season starts. So for the next month, the spotlight is going to be placed also on your relationship sector. But also on the 22nd of September, the Sun trines Pluto in your house of career. So I feel like it's becoming very clear how you need to maybe approach your professional path in your career from a different standpoint, and what it is that you need to change if you want to be successful professionally. This could also be the time when you maybe hear good news connected with your health, a parent's health, or a child's health, if you have kids and there have been any issues in the past connected with the health of a child. 23rd of September until the 17th of October, Venus transits Scorpio in your 8th house, so relationships are starting to become really steamy, and the focus is on intimacy as well as on shared assets and shared resources. So you might need to kind of like address some of those issues over the next month. Your intimate life is probably going to benefit from this transit, just as an FYI. 24th of September and 26th, as I said, I like these 2 days because it feels like your mind is working extra hard. It's coming up with really good insights, with kind of like very deep, profound, but also innovative kind of like insights on how to make things work, on how to make things happen in the workspace. And you seem to be very persuasive in terms of how you explain things. And 30th of September, Mercury Cazimi, a good day for deals, business deals, a good day to reach an agreement with your significant other. And Mars, planet of action, trines Saturn. It feels like you're already in the process of releasing and kind of like eliminating from your life whatever is no longer serving you, especially the outdated structures of your life that are no longer serving you. And that is Aries. Now, of course, we're going to move to Taurus. Taurus suns and Taurus risings. My lovely Taurians, what is going on this month? So first and foremost, Venus transits Libra all the way until the 23rd of September through your 6th house of health and day-to-day work. Now, I do believe that you're probably going to like this transit because Venus is also your chart ruler. I'm talking to Taurus risings actually here. I think you're going to like this transit from two perspectives. You're going to like it because it's probably going to make things at work very easy, especially when it comes to collaborating with people, connecting with people, maybe advising, consulting others, or finding the right advisors, finding the right consultants. It feels like it's very easy to accommodate other people's demands. You seem to really enjoy the work that you're doing. You seem to really enjoy being of service to others. And I think you're also going to like this period because if you've been experiencing any challenges from a health-related perspective, Venus comes in. Venus has been actually in your 6th house of health since the end of August. Venus comes in and it makes things heal. It makes things go properly, smoothly. It kind of like comes in and makes things a little bit more agreeable and pleasant and more enjoyable in terms of even tackling health-related problems. You don't need to have any problems health-wise, my dear Taurians, but in case there is anything that you've been dealing with, Venus comes in and it is definitely a very helpful transit. I apologize. Venus is going to go in your 7th house of relationships from the 23rd of September all the way until the 17th of October. Now, this is important. Why? Because you're probably going to feel very invested in your relationship sector. You're probably going to feel very invested in pleasing others, looking after other people from an emotional perspective. You may feel like you're really kind of like sucked into interactions with others. It is actually a very romantic period from the 23rd of September until the 17th of October. To take advantage of, my dear Taurians, in case you want to. No one said that you had to. But Venus transiting this part of your chart is generally very supportive of either dating people or doing romantic things with your partner if you're already in a relationship. It's also a very supportive transit in terms of you finding people that can help you and advise you with any sort of like matters connected either with health, work, or your physical body, I'd say. So if you need a financial advisor, you're probably going to find a good one from the 23rd of September until the 17th of October. One thing to also keep in mind is that relationships could become a little bit more demanding. Maybe it feels like partners are especially romantic partners, kind of like are becoming more, I don't want to say needy because that's definitely not the Scorpio energy, but maybe in need of emotional, kind of like deep, profound emotional connection and attention, but not at that sort of like superficial level, at that sort of like deep, intense level, let's say, throughout this period. Now, what else is going on this month? 3rd of September, the month starts with the new moon in Virgo. It's going to be active 3 days before, 3 days after. The new moon is going to be in opposition to Saturn. Okay, what's going on here? So, fresh start when it comes to how you enjoy life, how you have fun. Fresh start when it comes to your creative projects, passions, and hobbies. Fresh start potentially also when it comes to your collaborations with groups of people, but also fresh start maybe when it comes to not having fun with some of the people that you used to have fun with. Now, what am I talking about here? Some of you might decide that it's better for you to distance yourselves, Taurians, from some of your old friends, groups, communities, and connections because you are no longer feeling, I don't know, like sustained by the interactions with these people. Maybe they used to be fun. Maybe they used to bring a sense of joy in your life, but no more. There's also a possibility that you might decide to focus more on creative projects that involve you may be working independently or individually from home, from the privacy of your home, rather than these projects involving collaborations with friends or with a community or with an organization. I feel like you could be saying goodbye to an organization around this time as a result of deciding to focus more on what makes you happy, on your passions, goals, and maybe also on your home life and potentially on your kids. Those of you who have kids, this could be a fresh start for your children. It feels like potentially maybe one child could say goodbye to an old community, an old friend, an old group of people. Maybe let's say they used to play football and you've decided, you know what, I'm going to take them to a different club to play football. I no longer want them to participate in football games with the club members that they've been playing with, let's say. There is a possibility that something is going on maybe in the life of a child that might require you to revisit the way things at home work out. There's also a possibility that this is a time when you might be instituting some sort of new rules at home, new rules when it comes to the lives of children, new rules also for you, Taurians, maybe when it comes to creative projects. So let's say you're a very creative person, but you struggle with, I don't know, maintaining a consistent routine. And you might say, you know what, I'm going to, I don't know what the expression is, lay down the law so that I can get things done creatively. Even if sometimes I feel like I don't want to do it, even if sometimes I feel like, I'm not in the mood, I'm not inspired, I need to make things happen. So I feel like you could be bringing in some sort of like new rules when it comes to your creative passions and hobbies. Mars is going to be squaring Neptune on this day. You might also feel it the day before and the day after, so day before the 3rd and after the 3rd. I feel like you might need to take action when it comes to your financial situation, Taurians, and that action might involve you distancing yourselves from a community of people, a group of people, or maybe from a friend. It might involve you cutting ties with an organization. There could also be some sort of a conflict around money around this time, possibly between you and an organization. You might also decide that it's no longer worth your time, energy, and money for you to invest in this organization or in this community of people, Taurians. You might also find something out around this time, something out about a friend or a group of people that you've been active within, and it could really, really, really annoy you and disappoint you. You might feel potentially a little bit betrayed. You might feel maybe like you can't rely on this person anymore, like they're not going to live up to their word, and as a result, you might decide to take your distance. Mars, from the 4th of September until the 3rd of November, transits Cancer in your 3rd house of connections, kind of like local connections, local community, communications, short distance travel, siblings. Mars is going to support you in terms of putting a lot of energy and taking action when it comes to reaching out to people, connecting with people, communicating with people. It's a very supportive energy when it comes to networking, for example, when it comes to writing, speaking, communicating. If you need to write a book, if you need to write your thesis, Mars is like, go, 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 go. Let's make this happen. Mars also might determine you to drive fast. My recommendation is to not drive fast between the 4th of September until the 3rd of November, because Mars doesn't like to be in Cancer. So you might experience road rage, you might experience the possibility of like speeding on the road, and things might not necessarily turn out in the way that you want them to turn out. I feel like you need to stand up for yourselves throughout this period, Taurians, and speak your truth and voice whatever annoys you and frustrates you and voice whatever makes you angry. But do take into account the fact that you could potentially take other people's words too much to heart and read too much into them. And communications can become very, I don't want to say aggressive, but yeah, potentially aggressive is a good word to use. You might get upset, you might say words, or you might say things that hurt others, you might feel like others are saying things that hurt you. Make sure that you understood things correctly. Keep that in mind. 7th of September, Mercury squares Uranus. there might be some sort of unexpected news making its way to you from maybe like a family member or something from home making its way to you that you didn't expect, that you didn't see coming. There could also be an unexpected expense connected with home. Coming up, 8th of September, Sun opposes Saturn. I feel like it's becoming very, very clear to you what you no longer want to build for your future because you're no longer invested in it. You no longer care about it. It also seems to become very clear what you need to get out of your house. Maybe you need to like do a proper kind of like cleanup and remove things and say goodbye to things, and maybe even like say goodbye to what was a big part of your kind of like home and living situation because it's no longer sustaining you. 9th of September until the 26th, Mercury transits Virgo in your 5th house. I feel like your mind is going to come up with all sorts of like creative ideas and solutions. Also when it comes to the topic of money and budgeting and taking care of things on the financial front, creative ideas are absolutely kind of like flowing through you throughout this period. If you need to do any sort of creative writing, if you need to come up with artistic, creative, inspired ideas, and also ideas that can be kind of applied practically, Mercury is your friend from the 9th of September until the 26th. Take advantage of this. 15th of September, and maybe also the day before. Probably the best days of September. Venus trines Jupiter. Venus in your house of work, trines Jupiter in your house of income. I feel like this could be the beginning of a very, very fruitful collaboration in the workspace, a fruitful collaboration financially, materially. You could start working with someone that is very appreciative of you. You could enter into a business partnership. You could sign a very important client. You could feel very appreciated and very valued in the workspace. You seem to like really enjoy maybe using your kind of like artistic kind of like tastes and inclinations in the workspace. There could be some opportunities maybe making their way to you from abroad, work-wise, if you have the possibility to take on maybe new clients, if you're working for yourselves. Literal good luck in the workspace and in the financial space is making its way to you. Also, if you needed to kind of like treat anything on the health front, 14th, 15th of September are really, really good days because it feels like you've got exactly the right person on your side, the right health-related practitioner. They're coming up with very good ideas. They are also changing your approach and your perspective upon health. So I am absolutely, absolutely, absolutely loving these 2 days. Eclipse season is on in September, my dear Taurus, and this eclipse is actually going to happen on the Virgo-Pisces axis, on the Pisces-Virgo axis, because it's going to be a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. The last time when you experienced eclipses on this axis was between the spring of 2015 until the spring of 2017. You are getting a little bit of a taster of what the next few years are going to look like when it comes to eclipses. On the 18th of September, also week before, week after, we know eclipses are active week before, week after, or we're likely to feel their influence week before, week after. I'm obviously going to do a separate video about the eclipses in general, but what can this eclipse bring into your life? So it's activating your 5th house, 11th house axis. You could be saying goodbye to a friend. You could be saying goodbye to a group of people. You could also be saying goodbye to an old set of goals or dreams. It feels like it's very clear to you what you value and what you want to put energy and money and resources into when it comes to your future, and what you no longer value and what you no longer maybe want to be doing because you're no longer invested in it, and maybe also because you no longer see a future in this direction, my dear Taurus. You could be saying goodbye to some friends. You could be hearing maybe news that a friend is, I don't know, like relocating, changing countries. You could be having like a, I don't know, like a leaving drinks or something like that. If you have children could be, or at least one of your kids could be wrapping up a very important chapter of their lives, maybe something connected with your education, something connected with maybe an aspect of their lives that you've invested a lot of money, time, and energy into, my dear Taurians. It's a success. There could also be a part of you that thinks, okay, what next? Maybe you don't have full clarity as to what comes up next, but alas, now's the time to kind of like let go of the past and say, okay, onwards and upwards. There's going to be a grand trine in the sky at the time of the eclipse between the Sun, Uranus, and Pluto. I feel like it's very clear to you, Taurus, what makes you happy. It feels like you're very excited about a very kind of like unexpected future. It feels like you're very excited and happy and ready to like put energy into materializing a new you, an innovative, novel, rebellious, unexpected you, a person maybe that comes across as like a new character altogether in terms of how the outside world sees you. You could also be going through a massive transformation in terms of your view of yourselves, Taurians, and also in terms of how you find meaning in life and in terms of your life philosophy. It's a very transformative time, this eclipse. 19th of September, Sun trines Uranus, unexpected fun, and maybe also unexpected kind of like surprises that make you really happy, connected with home life, family life, or coming your way from family members. 22nd of September, Libra season starts in your 6th house. For the next month, I believe you're going to be very busy and you're going to be very focused on your work. But also on the 22nd of September, the Sun trines Pluto. I feel like you're very invested in making some big changes, some big transformations when it comes to either the relationship with family members or when it comes to your living situation in general. 24th of September and the 26th, also two of my favorite days. Mercury trines Uranus on the 24th. I mean, your mind is kind of like brimming with like radical, innovative, progressive, original ideas and solutions. It's a great day to have fun. It's a great day to maybe hold a speech. It's a great day to like write something very exciting. It's a great day to make a presentation. 26th of September, the mind is very kind of like deep and understands things at a very kind of like deep, profound level. There could also be some life-altering news making their way to you. And I'm not saying that lightly, maybe coming from abroad or coming your way from, I don't know, like an academic institution or from a legal entity. The 25th of September is not my favorite because Mercury opposes Neptune. So you could be maybe a little bit disappointed that something didn't turn out well or it didn't turn out as you expected it to turn out, maybe in terms of something that you had planned with a friend or with a group of people or with a community of people. You could also maybe be a little bit sad for like letting someone go or saying goodbye to someone. 30th of September, another really good day. We've got a Mercury Cazimi in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. I like this because it feels like you have very strong clarity as to how you can make yourself useful, how you can make yourself of service. It's a great day to have an interview. It's a great day to maybe kind of like hold people's like attention and put the spotlight on something that you're very invested in, something that maybe you've collaborated with others on. A great day to maybe say yes to a job or to sign a professional contract. Mars trines Saturn on this day. It feels like the energy that you've put into something mental, intellectual, or something connected with sales or transportation or maybe exams or education, the energy that you've been putting into this is paying off very, very nicely. It feels like you're achieving something really hard and difficult in this space. And you putting energy into it was worth it, Taurians. And that is September for you. My dear Geminis, Gemini Suns and Gemini Risings, September of 2024. What does it have in store for you? Well, Geminis, you're going to be pleased to hear that September does have some fun in store for you, but also sometimes when you might be thinking, what now? What next? What does this actually mean? So let's start off with the transit of Venus. Venus is moving through Libra all the way until the 23rd of September in your 5th house of fun, enjoyment, entertainment, and romantic love. This is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful time to go out, to have fun, to connect with loved ones, to do things together with the people that are close to your heart, things that you enjoy. This transit is also very supportive of you getting involved in creative activities. So if you do need to work on anything creative, if you have your own, I don't know, like passion projects, Venus is this sort of boost of inspiration that you're getting from the cosmos. Venus also brings support from others. So if you need help with anything creative, then just ask, just reach out to someone. It's also a very beautiful time romantically. Venus transiting the fifth house. If you're willing to date, if you're single, then my recommendation is get yourselves out there, Geminis, especially Gemini risings. If you're already with someone, let's say you're in a relationship, this transit is very supportive of you doing nice things for your partner, surprising them, taking them out for like, I don't know, like a nice date, doing something for them that you know they're gonna love, because that's probably going to strengthen the bond, strengthen the connection. I absolutely love for romantic activities and connections the 14th and the 15th of September, especially the 15th when Venus trines Jupiter. You could describe this aspect, this transit, as love growing, expanding, and increasing. So the romantic connection between you and someone else going through a process of expansion. As I said, it could be with someone new, it could be with someone who you've been with for quite some time. 14th and 15th are my absolute favorite days for dates. Maybe if you want to travel with someone also and make plans to travel with your romantic partner, these are also very, very good days either to physically travel or to purchase those tickets. It feels like on these 2 days, you might also benefit from someone that you love, someone that also loves you in turn. You might benefit from them genuinely believing in you. So you might feel like, you know what, this person sees good things in me. This person sees me as valuable, and your confidence and faith and trust in yourselves is receiving this boost also, my dear Geminis. Now, I'm just gonna put it out there. If any of you out there, Geminis, especially Gemini risings, are looking to have kids, then 14th and 15th of September are days to keep in mind if you just wanna, I don't know, try to do something about it. If you have kids already, then all the way until the 23rd of September, the relationship with them is likely to be quite smooth and pleasant and enjoyable. And on the 14th and the 15th, you might almost feel like you're teaching them something, they're teaching you something. You might feel like your relationship with your kids is kind of like being taken to the next level in a way that feels very exciting, and in a way that gives you a strong sense of enthusiasm. Maybe there is kind of like new ways that you discover you can connect with your children in. Beautiful days. 14th and 15th, you might also feel like your kids are making you super proud. There could be some sort of good news possibly connected with their education. So probably my favorite days, 14th and 15th. Venus is going to go into Scorpio from the 23rd of September until the 17th of October in your 6th house. So this is actually a really good time to maybe collaborate with people at work, to maybe bring your kind of like sense of creative self-expression into the workspace. You might also feel like you potentially have to work on things connected with your children if you have children, and maybe focus on their health. Venus attracts things to you. So it might attract clients, it might attract work. It might also attract collaboration in the workspace. If anyone is going through crises in the workspace from the 23rd of September until the 17th, Venus comes in and kind of like saves the day. Now, Venus could be you, for instance, Geminis. There's also a possibility throughout this period that there could be some things coming up in the workspace. Things that have been unfolding behind the scenes, and they might change your perception of some of the people that you've been working with, just as an FYI. Now, this is generally an auspicious or supportive transit from a health perspective, but Venus doesn't really like to be in Scorpio, so careful not to overdo it with the sweets, or not to overdo it with pleasant things or too much fun, because from the 23rd of September until the 17th of October, that could result in maybe some challenges on the health front. So careful with intense fun, because it might result in intense or maybe not so intense, but it might result in some sort of like issues health-wise, and obviously no one wants that. Let's go back to the beginning of the month. 3rd of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a new moon in Virgo in your 4th house of home, family, life, and living situation, in opposition to Saturn and Pisces. Okay, this is very interesting. It feels like there's a fresh start that you're experiencing at home, in the home space. A fresh start that maybe involves some sort of new work, new effort, new burden, I want to say. Maybe you need to take care of something at home, maybe for the family, and it does feel a tiny little bit like a burden. It does feel maybe like you need to take on more responsibilities. You might also feel like you need to institute new rules in the home space and in terms of your private life. There is a possibility that as a result of you entering a new chapter home and living situation wise, so some people around this time might decide to move, to relocate, to look for a different home. There can be this sort of like fresh energy in terms of literal home space. But as a result of this happening, Geminis, it might feel like you potentially have to maybe leave behind the job, or it might feel like you're restricted in terms of how much you can grow further from a professional perspective. So it does feel like whatever fresh start is coming up at home or in your private life, it might come with some sort of limitations when it comes to your professional life, and maybe also when it comes to the role that you play out into the world. There's a possibility that a parent could be saying goodbye to a job around this time, or maybe a parent is experiencing some sort of limitations, obstacles, or restrictions of their own, and as a result you might feel, Geminis, like you have to step in and help this parent and support this parent and be of service. Now, if you have siblings, if not, I would also look at your cousins. There is a possibility that a sibling or a cousin might have a very random, sudden, shocking, unexpected piece of news for you. Maybe all of a sudden they say, listen, I am moving to Australia. And you're like, what? What are you talking about? Why Australia? So there could be some sort of like sudden news coming up around this time. 3rd of September, also day before and day after, Mars squares Neptune. I feel like you are ready to take action and move forward with your lives, Geminis. You are ready to like go. You're very driven, you're very motivated, but the topic of your kind of like career is still quite fuzzy and unclear for you. So you might feel driven to move forward with your life, and you might feel like you kind of like have to get out of a rut, but you might not be very sure as to what this is going to mean for your career. I'd say it does feel like there's a lot of focus in September, Geminis, on potentially something that you need to let go, something that you need to release in the professional space. Why do I say this? Because the eclipse, there's going to be an eclipse this month. Eclipse season is back. It's going to be a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. It activates the Pisces Virgo axis, your 10th house, 4th house axis. The eclipse is putting the spotlight on maybe something coming to a close, something coming to a culminating point, or very much to an end in the professional space. It could be because maybe you are eager to start a new life. It could be maybe because you're eager to move someplace else. It could be maybe because you're eager to move in a different industry, in a different career, in a different direction professionally. Maybe it feels like this is it. This is how far you could kind of like grow and develop on this path that you've been on. You seem to be quite enthusiastic about the prospect of a new life, new you, at the time of the eclipse, 18th of September, active week before, week after. So you seem to be very excited and very invested in the possibility of a new life in terms of discovering new potential within yourselves, my dear Geminis. You seem to be supportive, or you seem to be supported and receive this sort of like influx of love and affection from people close to you. It could be a loved one, it could be your kids, it could be a romantic partner. But at the same time, even this eclipse is saying, you know what, maybe things are not yet super clear as to how you're going to move forward with your career, how you're going to move forward in your professional life. One thing does seem to be clear. Something is no longer working in the professional space, maybe because your life is going in a completely different direction. Maybe because you are going to be transforming your life. Maybe because you're going through a personal transformation of your own, Geminis. I mean, Gemini risings, you have Jupiter on your side until next year in June. So Jupiter is kind of like giving you this supportive energy in terms of you growing as an individual. It might help you develop in a new direction. It might help you learn new things about yourselves. It might help you push the boundaries of who you thought you were, and it might help you push the boundaries of the direction in which you thought your life would be headed. But at the same time, something in the professional space or something in the space of how you contribute to society may no longer be working for you or may no longer be sustainable. So Both the new moon at the beginning of the month as well as the full moon, 18th of September, active week before, week after, are saying there's something out there professionally or vocationally or when it comes to your contribution to society that might need to be revisited, that might need to be restructured, that might need to be surrendered potentially, or a combination of all the aforementioned, my lovely Geminis. Careful on the 3rd of September, also day before and day after, because you do seem to be a little bit prone to maybe inflammations or issues connected with like breathing, the respiratory system. I mean, you might catch a cold or something like that. You don't have to catch a cold, clearly. But it wouldn't hurt to kind of like slow down a little bit and try not to be in 10 places at the same time. Also, this is not a day to push yourselves physically in terms of physical movement, because you might, I don't know, like pull a muscle or something like that. Mars, Neptune can be quite, I don't know, like prone to pain when it comes to muscles, I'd say. 4th of September, Mars, planet of action, goes into your second house of income until the 3rd of November. You're going to be on fire when it comes to going after that cash, going after that money. You're going to be very driven and motivated to make money. But equally, you might be spending money quite quickly. Mars is very quick at doing things. So you might spend quickly money on matters connected with work, health, and your goals for the future. You might also be spending money on matters connected with home and family life and living situation. You might be spending money on your family. Don't be in a rush, that's my recommendation, because if you are in a rush, you might end up, just kind of like burning a hole in your pocket, and come November, you're like, my family didn't even need this. So don't be too quick to jump, I'd say, financially. 7th of September, Mercury squares Uranus. There could be some sort of disruption on the road. You could also have some sort of an unexpected conversation with a neighbor, a sibling, or a cousin. You might not have expected, again, what they said and what they brought to your attention. At the same time, it could give you some really good food for thought. 8th of September, Sun opposes Saturn. You seem to be tired of someone who's got power and authority over you. It could be a boss, it could be a manager, it could be a parent. It could be someone that you've looked up to, and you might realize, you know what, maybe I shouldn't hold this person in such high regard, and I shouldn't kind of like hold them in such high esteem, because I'm going in a different direction, let's say. 9th of September until the 26th, Mercury transits your 4th house of home, family, and living situation. So Mercury is going to be very helpful in terms of you finding the right solutions at home, maybe making the right purchases at home, selling things connected with home life, private life, family life, maybe selling some appliances from the home, or like selling things that you no longer need in the home. And Mercury is the planet of communication, so communication with family members is probably going to go quite smoothly from the 9th of September until the 26th. Probably the only exception would be maybe the 25th of September, also the day before potentially. And another exception, probably the 18th of September, the eclipse, and maybe also the day before and the day after. One thing about the eclipse on the 18th of September, also when this is happening, 17th, 18th, depending on where you are in the world, folks. When this is happening, there's going to be a grand trine in Earth signs in the sky between the Sun, Uranus, and Pluto. This Earth trine, grand trine, is very supportive of you transforming your home life, family life, living situation, and in terms of you kind of like bringing to the surface whatever needs to be released out of your life, especially in your private life, my dear Geminis. 19th of September, a very good day. Sun trines Uranus. It feels like it becomes very clear how you need to and what you need to free yourselves of, my dear Geminis, in your home space, in your home life, and in your family life. It feels like it also becomes quite clear to you maybe what type of home and living situation is going to work out for you in the future. There could be some sort of an unexpected solution making its way to you, connected with a problem at home around the 19th of September. So I like this. 22nd of September, Libra season starts. It activates your 5th house of fun and enjoyment. More fun, more enjoyment for the next month. But still, it's kind of like happening in parallel with some things going on at home and in the workspace. 24th of September, Mercury trines Uranus, and 26th, Mercury trines Pluto. I mean, your mind is working extra hard. It's kind of like working overtime, and it's doing things the right way, the correct way, the best way when it comes to fixing things at home, when it comes to getting rid of things at home, when it comes to solving problems at home, when it comes to dealing with family members. If you have been experiencing any issues in connection with family members, 24th and 26th of September, I love both of these days. These could also be days when you discover things, when you discover maybe hidden things, buried things, maybe when you discover things that you thought, I don't know, were lost, and you're like, now I can use this to maybe accomplish whatever it is that you need to accomplish at home. 30th of September, Sun conjuncts Mercury in your 5th house, a very, very good day to have an important conversation with a child or with a loved one. Also on the 30th, Mars trines Saturn. Some sort of like significant effort that you've been putting into restructuring your career or into building something in the professional space seems to be working out. This is also a good day to work hard by yourselves, Geminis, and you're going to get the job done. I also like the 29th of September from kind of like the same perspective, but especially the 30th of September. That is Gemini for September. Now, of course, we're moving on to Cancerians, my Cancerians brothers and sisters, my Cancerian brothers and sisters. Forgive me if I say something that makes no sense today. You have to keep in mind that I'm filming this during Mercury retrograde. I know it's probably not going to be released when Mercury is retrograde, but alas, I apologize in advance if I'm saying things that are a little bit weird. Or if I use the wrong words. So, Cancerians, Venus in Libra this month is transiting your 4th house of home, family life, and living situation until the 23rd of September. Now, I love this transit. Venus in domicile, beautiful, Venus at home. This transit can help you really smooth things out when it comes to relationships with family members if there have been any sort of issues. This is also a very beautiful transit to host people at home, to reconnect with family members, to welcome people in your home, to be the host, to be nice, to be kind, to be accommodating, to be gentle in relationship with family members or the people who you consider your family. It's also a great time to maybe welcome friends into your home or to go into their homes. Why not? It is also a very beautiful time when it comes to decorating the house, buying nice things for the house, and maybe gifting things to family members. My favorite days of the month are the 14th and the 15th of September, especially the 15th, when Venus in Libra is trining Jupiter in Gemini in your 12th house. Now, this is very interesting. I feel like there could be some sort of unexpected good luck, unexpected blessing, unexpected protection, unexpected opportunity coming from home, or coming towards you, maybe when it comes to your home and living situation. It could be something that also maybe involves working from home or working with a family member. It could be that a family member has a surprise for you and they open up a door for you in some shape or form. This could also be the time maybe when you decide to start working on something behind the scenes connected with your home and family life, and you're like, okay, this is going to be an interesting job, but I'm really excited. You seem to have some good people on your side. You seem to be doing this in collaboration with someone who you get along with very, very well. If you are thinking of traveling to see family members, 14th and 15th of September are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful days. Venus in a nice aspect to Jupiter, I mean, it genuinely indicates enjoying a lot of like fun and harmony and pleasant, kind of like maybe even like sensual energy in connection with your love life and your romantic life. So 14th, 15th of September, maybe if you want to get away with a romantic partner, I don't know, go for like a weekend away and just spend time in your own bubble. It's a great idea. Just saying. You might also get some sort of an unexpected insight from a family member or from a loved one that helps you solve a problem, solve an issue that maybe you've been ruminating on, connected with your work or with your health. So 14th, 15th of September, I love them. I feel like with all this Gemini energy in the sky, I try to say so many things all at once, and sometimes I babble. I apologize. I think I've apologized a lot today. Venus is going to go into Scorpio from the 23rd of September until the 17th of October in your 5th house. I mean, Venus is really enjoying this placement, so this position in the 5th house. Venus is considered to be in its joy, if I'm not mistaken, in the 5th house. But Venus doesn't really like to be in Scorpio. So it's kind of like a mixed bag Cancerian. So on the one hand, from the 23rd of September until the 17th of October, this could actually be a really fun time, a really enjoyable time, together with friends, together with a romantic partner. If you're single, it's a great time to date, but make sure that you kind of like do your due diligence and dig deep into the past or into the social media of whoever it is that you're dating. Whoever it is that you're dating throughout this period could be keeping some things from you. So if you feel a little bit paranoid or if you're sensing something is a little bit off, again, research, and uncover all of those layers until you get to the bottom of things. Venus transiting the 5th house can make any sort of creative activity genuinely super enjoyable, and it can give you a boost in terms of kind of like creative self-expression. So take advantage of this time, my dear Cancerians. And if you are looking to get pregnant, Cancer risings especially, this is actually a time to really take advantage of from the 23rd of September until the 17th of October. Because both Venus and Jupiter are generally considered to be supportive of pregnancy. Now let's go back to the beginning of the month. 3rd of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a new one in your 3rd house in opposition to Saturn. Oh God. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. So fresh start when it comes to your studies, your education, maybe also when it comes to the neighborhood that you live in. Potentially also a fresh start maybe when it comes to the car that you're driving. I feel like you might need to get a new car. Let's start with the end. You might need to get a new car or potentially fix something or maybe sell the car or find an alternative route to get into work. It feels like something connected with cars or transportation is no longer working, so you might be feeling restricted, but at the same time you might feel like, okay, there's nothing I can do about this, so I might as well find a solution, a practical solution. When it comes to your education, if you are in education in any shape or form, Cancerians, it feels like there's new rules coming in that do make you feel a little bit limited, potentially, maybe in terms of how you need to, I don't know, like do your homework or how you need to, I don't know, present whatever it is that you've been learning, how you need to take exams and so on. You don't seem to be enjoying these new rules. However, I do believe you can find a way to make things work in some shape or form. If you've been meaning to pay for a course, to pay for a class, to pay for something connected with your education, there could be news that the prices are going up. There could also be an unexpected expense making its way to you connected with education in general. Maybe it could be the education of children. It doesn't have to be your education, I'd say. There could also be something coming up, maybe connected with legislation that you hear of that impacts your material situation, and you're like, okay, if this impacts my material situation, I don't know, I'm just gonna give an example. Let's say taxes go up or something like that. You're like, okay, what do I do with this? This impacts my material situation. Should I put my prices up? How am I gonna handle this? So you have to come up with solutions, I feel. Siblings might have some sort of news for you if you have siblings. They might have news connected with them giving up on something or ending something in their life. Maybe an important chapter of their lives, maybe something that they've invested a lot of time into. You might not know what to think about this. You're like, are you sure? This has cost you a lot of money, but alas, it's going to be their decision. 3rd of September, also the day before and the day after, Mars squares Neptune. My recommendation, if you can, is not to travel, especially long distance around this time, because there can be disappointments, there can be confusion, you might not get there on time, there could be issues connected with, I don't know, like transportation in general, and you might need to make alternative plans. Mars square Neptune is also saying, well, it's saying that someone might try to I'm going to be very dramatic here, Cancerians. You might feel like someone is trying to stab you in the back. You might feel like someone is trying to take something from you. Mars, Neptune might try to steal something from you. I mean, it could be symbolic of someone trying to steal something from you. I feel like you could catch this person. I mean, of course, keep an eye on your wallet, keep an eye on your bank account, keep an eye on your, I don't know, like online accounts and so on. And if there's anything that you can do to add an additional layer of security, maybe when it comes to online accounts or things like that, I would do it. 4th of September until the 3rd of November, Mars enters Cancer. Okay, so 2 things. Mars doesn't like to be in Cancer. However, Mars rules your house of enjoyment and fun and your house of career. Cancerians, especially Cancer risings, that's why I'm talking to the most, because as I said, these horoscopes are created with a rising sign in mind. So on the one hand, Cancerians, 4th of September until the 3rd of November, you might feel very driven and motivated to take a lot of action and to go, like really fast when it comes to your career, when it comes to your professional objectives. You might feel like you are literally on fire and you're like, I've got to do things and I'm like so driven and I feel like I've got this like fire in my belly. So you can actually get a lot done professionally. Mars might also motivate you to have a lot of fun, right? You might be kind of like itching to kind of like do things that are like fun and enjoyable and entertaining. Mars loves a whiff of danger. Mars is impulsive. It doesn't like to take precautions. So there's a possibility that you might overdo the fun. Careful not to get involved into any sort of dangerous fun. There's going to be some... I mean, when it comes to dangerous fun, I'm not liking the 3rd of September and that's probably my least favorite day from that perspective. There's gonna be some days that I'm gonna draw your attention to in the next month or so. But yeah, just kind of like slow down. You might be very tempted to be in a rush and to kind of like go. Don't overdo it. Don't take unnecessary risks when it comes to having fun. And I'm just going to share this example from my personal life because I'm a Cancer rising. A couple of years ago when Mars was in Cancer, literally the day when it entered Cancer, in the dark, I don't know what I was doing in the dark in my house. I think I was, I don't know, like getting ready to go to bed or something. And I just like switched off all the lights and I literally bumped my head into the wall so hard, like here, like middle of my forehead. And I thought, Mars in Cancer in my first house. So yeah, be careful not to bump into things, not to hurt yourselves, not to cut yourselves because you're in a rush. Slow down. Also, my recommendation generally with Mars in Cancer is to be careful with hot water, literally, because Cancer is a water sign, and it might make your digestion and your stomach ultra active, but there is a tendency towards kind of like inflamed stomach in general-ish. So yeah, just slow down and make sure that you don't eat things that are extra spicy or extra hot, because you might just like burn your tongue or something like that. It's not a disaster, but alas, you don't have to go through it because now you know the astrology. 7th of September and the 8th of September are not my favorite days. 7th of September, Mercury squares Uranus, maybe an unexpected expense. Maybe also news that is quite disruptive coming from a friend that maybe changes some of the plans that you had made. Nothing too dramatic, but just a little bit inconvenient. And 8th of September, Sun opposes Saturn. I mean, you might have to pay for something connected with like legal matters. You might have to pay for something on behalf of someone else. It might also become very clear to you what it is that you need to spend money on in order to, I don't know, like fall in line with the latest legal requirements. You might need to spend some money on education. You don't seem to be very thrilled with it. You're like, this costs too much. Why? You might also need to make like a big payment connected with traveling in some shape or form. And you're like, no, again, this costs too much. So I don't see you being super impressed with the costs. It happens. 9th of September until the 26th, Mercury transits Virgo in your 3rd house. Mercury is bringing all the best kind of like words, ideas, thinking your way. If you need to write something, if you need to present a thesis, if you need to make a presentation to a client, if you need to persuade people from the 9th of September until the 26th, Mercury is on your side. The one exception is on the 25th of September when Mercury opposes Neptune, and I feel like you might be trying to convince someone, but you don't have all the right kind of, I don't know, like facts or numbers, or you're just not aware of the fact that they're not open to your ideas because of maybe cultural differences. And the 25th of September can also be a little bit frustrating maybe when it comes to traveling. There could be like, I don't know, like a canceled train or something like that. So not my favorite day. It's also not my favorite day for taking exams or for making presentations, 25th of September. 18th of September, active 3 day, a week before actually, and a week after, we've got a full moon lunar eclipse. Again, eclipse season is back. I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. This is going to be interesting. So, the eclipse is activating your 9th house, 3rd house axis. Jupiter, the ruler of the eclipse, is in Gemini in the 12th house, trining Venus, but squaring the eclipse, and Mercury opposes Saturn. So, for some people, this could involve something coming to a close, something coming to an end when it comes to their academic path, when it comes to their educational path. But maybe if you're married, it could also bring some sort of culminating point in the life of an in-law. Maybe they're letting you know that, I don't know, they're like ending their career, or they're moving countries, or like something very big is happening in the life of an in-law that you didn't necessarily see coming. It does seem to involve a sense of like release and surrender and letting go of something. You might also realize how some of your old beliefs are no longer serving you around this time. So it could be a time when you become aware of how your old mentality is now outdated. Maybe because you are also kind of like finding new ways to connect with the divine, with God, with a higher power. Maybe because you're also drawn towards a different spiritual path, which is very, very, very possible. I feel like you're reading a lot in private, you're kind of like finding a lot of new information, you're having interesting ideas and conversations, kind of like, yeah, generating a lot of like food for thought, Cancerians. I feel like there are people around you at this point in time who are bringing some very practical ideas that may not necessarily be aligned with your existing life philosophy or mentality, but that make a lot of sense when it comes to new exciting plans for the future that you're actually very excited, you're genuinely enthusiastic about, you're genuinely kind of like thrilled about. There could also be some sort of like news coming from abroad or connected with foreign lands and foreign countries making its way to you that you did not see coming. And it could involve a certain kind of like energy of letting go of maybe a job, letting go of your existing home and living situation. Maybe it's just the beginning. Maybe you're very reluctant to revealing more to the outside world, but alas, change is coming. 19th of September, Sun trines Uranus. Maybe unexpectedly you meet a friend. It's a great day to do something together with a group of people, especially for work. It's a great day for a presentation. It's a great day to maybe network. It's also a great day to write something and to communicate it to the outside world. An unexpected deal might be making its way to you. Then 22nd of September, the Sun trines Pluto. I feel like someone with a lot of power is making you feel appreciated, and you're having a very productive conversation. And also on the 22nd of September, Libra season starts, which is going to be emphasizing your home life and private life sector. 24th and 26th of September, two of my favorite days. Mercury is first going to be in a nice aspect to Uranus, and on the 26th with Pluto in a harmonious aspect. Really good ideas coming your way. First on the 24th, maybe connected with your future. You seem to be kind of thinking outside of the box. Also, friends could be giving you outside of the box ideas when it comes to your future. And also 26th, very kind of like insightful, maybe ideas are reaching you from someone with a lot of experience and power and influence. You could also be having a very constructive conversation with a partner or a business collaborator. Both the 24th and the 26th are great for selling things, presenting things to others, presenting kind of like facts, numbers, data, buying things, buying gadgets, buying practical things, and also kind of like taking decisions that are applicable in the 3D reality, and that also involve more than just one person. That maybe involve groups of people, that maybe involve your significant other, and so on. Mercury is going to go into Libra from the 26th of September, so it's further emphasizing your home and family life. 30th of September, the Sun conjuncts Mercury in Libra. We've got a Mercury Cazimi, a conversation maybe that feels very enlightening and illuminating at home with a family member. Mars trines Saturn. I also like this. It feels like something that you've been putting a lot of energy into is now paying off. The efforts are visible and you're like, yes, I've worked so hard for this. It's been difficult. It's been a long drawn process, and alas, here I am, kind of like showing off the results of my labor. It feels like something that required a lot of both energy, concentration, and emotional inner kind of like endurance is working out very nicely. This is no kind of like unexpected, like, I don't know, good luck, divine intervention. No, this is purely coming from your own effort. And you're like, yeah, I feel very strong. I think that's what Cancerians are going to say. You're probably feeling very, very strong. And you're also feeling very motivated to keep on building, to keep on like, I almost see you kind of like setting like brick after brick on top of another brick, kind of like accumulating the results that are a testament to your effort. Beautiful day, the 30th of September. One of my favorites. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings, September of 2024. What does it look like for you? Well, Leos, let me start off with the very beginning of the month, 3rd of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after. You're going to have a new moon happening in your second house. The second house is the house of income, resources, but also self-worth and self-esteem. Now, this new moon can bring in a new beginning financially. It could also bring in a new source of income. It could also bring in a new I'm going to say a new financial responsibility, which is actually very, very likely. It does feel like this is a very good time for you to look at your finances through a new lens and say, okay, now that I have this additional financial responsibility, can I get rid of any expenses? Where do I need to do a proper kind of like cleanup in terms of how money is exiting my bank account? You might need to remove certain expenses. You might need to spend less on certain things. This is also a very good time for you to maybe take the decision and make the commitment to tackle debt. The new moon is in opposition to Saturn in the 8th house. The 8th house is also connected with other people's money. It's also connected with taxes, debts, and so on. So this could be the time when you realize, listen, I've got this responsibility to pay this money off, to pay this debt off, for instance. How do I go about it? The new moon is supportive of you starting off in small increments. Start small, baby steps. Every little helps. I will just say this. This could also be the time when you decide, you know what, I'm no longer paying for someone else's expenses. I'm no longer taking upon myself someone else's financial burdens. There is a very high possibility for this to happen. If you feel like, you know what, I need to talk about this with my partner or with my kid or with whoever it is that you've been, I don't know, helping with financially, I have to say that the conversation is probably not going to be easy. I have to say that you might be inclined to speak in very radical terms because Mercury is going to be in a square to Uranus. So you might be kind of like super radical and say, you know what, no more. That's it. I am removing myself from this equation financially. It does feel like things are a little bit more complicated, a little bit more complex, and it's not that simple to just get out of here, to just get out of this situation. Add to that the fact that you might hear some information, you might You might bump into some information connected with maybe like a family member, maybe connected with their financial situation, some information that feels a little bit disappointing, that feels a little bit like a stab. I was about to be very dramatic. It's not that dramatic probably, but sometimes the metaphors that I use come across super dramatic. I don't know why. It might feel like a little bit of a stab in the heart. It's like, no, why did you hide this from me? So you could feel potentially a little bit disillusioned with someone because they've hidden something from you around this time. New rules financially. That's what this new moon says to me, my dear Leos. And you might need to impose these rules upon someone else or just communicate them to someone else. I mean, obviously we can't control what people do, but they might need to just kind of like keep them in mind. 3rd of September, also day before and day after, Mars squares Neptune in the 8th house. There could be some sort of a conflict or kind of like a challenging maybe interaction, maybe with a friend around money also, maybe around something that they've been keeping secret from you. A family member, as I said, could have also kept something secret from you and you could be disappointed and you might decide, you know what, this is it. I'm cutting myself loose. Mars is also, for you, my dear Leos, the ruler of, let's see, of the 9th house. It feels like there could be some changes happening at a legal level or yeah, maybe in terms of laws and things like that are affecting your financial situation. And as a result, you might be, okay, you know what, I need to tighten the belt. Let's put it this way. What else is going on? So this entire month until the 23rd of September, Venus transits your 3rd house of communication, short distance traveling, buying, selling. Generally, this is a very supportive transit for you to buy things, sell things, communicate with people, communicate with neighbors, communicate with siblings, communicate with cousins. Relationships with colleagues, neighbors, cousins, siblings are likely to go quite smoothly. If you need to buy anything, I like this period, especially the 14th and the 15th of September are my favorites. If you need to write things, Venus makes things very pleasant and enjoyable. If you need to make presentations to people, if you need to persuade people of anything, Venus also makes people very accommodating and it makes your speech super charming. So I like this. 2 of my favorite days this month are the 14th and the 15th of September, especially the 15th, when Venus trines Jupiter. I feel like a relationship is kind of like growing and expanding and is kind of like being taken to the next level. It could be the relationship with a friend. It could be a romantic relationship. It could also be maybe the relationship with a client. This could also be the time when the relationship with, I don't know if it's a good word to use, the connection with an organization, a community of people, a group of people is kind of like benefiting tremendously. It feels like it's bringing you good luck. The relationship is improving. The connection is improving. It feels like also around this time, maybe colleagues, friends, or people within the same community as yours are bringing opportunities your way. They could be opportunities of a professional nature. Professionally, the 14th and the 15th of September, especially the 15th, professionally, this is a fabulous, fabulous, fabulous day. If you need to, I don't know, launch a marketing campaign, if you need to have an interview, if you need to make a public presentation. I love how things are turning out for you. I love how things are coming across for you. You have a way with words. The right people are in the room listening. You could be signing an important deal. Beautiful, 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 beautiful time. Venus on the 23rd of September until the 17th of October is moving into your 4th house of home, family, life, and living situation. This is a very good time to welcome people in your home, to maybe connect more closely, more intimately, more on an emotional level. That's what I'm referring to, intimate. When I say intimately, to connect more closely, maybe with family members, to kind of like maybe be there for them in case they're going through anything that is challenging, especially on an emotional level. It's also a very good time if you want to make any changes and transformation within the home, or when it comes to maybe your property sector in general. It's a very, very good time to make aesthetic transformations and aesthetic changes, let's say. Now, let's go back to the beginning of the month, 4th of September until the 3rd of November. Mars enters Cancer in your 12th house. Now, Mars for you, Leos, rules the following. So, I'm double checking. It rules your 9th house and your 4th house. So, okay, this is going to be interesting. First and foremost, it feels like there's going to be a lot of things going on behind the scenes that require your attention and your energy, potentially. There could also be some things kind of like happening behind the scenes that you're not fully immediately aware of, connected with your family life, but also maybe connected with any sort of, let's say, link or interaction or connection that you have with foreign lands and foreign countries or legal entities or legal institutions. Mars doesn't like to be in Cancer. It also, I mean, the 12th house isn't necessarily considered to be the most auspicious house. I would be on the lookout. I would be careful when it comes to kind of like saying something or doing something that potentially upsets a family member. And maybe they're kind of like holding a grudge behind the scenes and they're not immediately revealing this to you. I would also be careful throughout this period because you might find it a little bit harder, a little bit more difficult to express what you really want, what you really desire. I'm laughing because when I say this word, I cannot help but thinking about that TV series. I think it was on Netflix. I think it's called Lucifer. Lucifer would ask people, what do you truly desire, or something along those lines. That's why I'm chuckling a bit when I say this. Basically, with Mars in the 12th house, it could feel like you have to keep your desires to yourselves, Leos. You could also feel like you have to keep your anger to yourselves, and you can't be really that assertive, and that could also result in resentment towards a family member, potentially. So yeah, make sure that obviously you don't come across as, I don't know, like pushy, but at the same time, if you do need to stand your ground, if you need to be assertive, I mean, you might as well be, even if that means standing up to a family member. You might also just have a lot of things that you need to do connected with home and family matters behind the scenes. And you could feel like, you know what, I'm better off doing these things alone by myself. Just saying. 7th of September and 8th of September are probably not my favorite days this month. Nothing really, I don't know, like awful, but 7th of September, Mercury squares Uranus. You could feel potentially a little bit misunderstood by someone in a position of authority. You could feel like the connection or the conversation or the communication with a boss or someone in the professional space isn't going as you kind of like expected it to go. They might also have like a sudden demand for you. And 8th of September, a day of big expenses. It could also feel like you want to get your finances in order, but at the same time, there's a little bit of resistance coming from maybe people that you can't really control or that you can't really force to move at a faster pace, at a pace that you would be comfortable with. 9th of September all the way until the 26th, I like this period because Mercury enters Virgo in your 2nd house. So I feel like your mind becomes super sharp when it comes to handling financial matters, when it comes to getting your finances in order, and maybe also when it comes to kind of like drawing money towards you. I feel like you're very good at fixing fixing things, solving problems, finding solutions, and your mind is a great tool to use when it comes to maybe generating more money and drawing in more income. 18th of September, eclipse season is back. 18th of September, active week before, week after. We've got a full moon lunar eclipse activating your financial axis, your 8th house, 2nd house axis. I feel like this is a time when you might need to let go or release something financially in some shape or form. Maybe release a financial commitment that you had made for the future. Maybe release a financial goal. This could be a time also maybe when you're making a big payment. It could also be the time when you are experiencing some sort of a transformation connected with your plans for the future, your goals for the future, maybe also when it comes to the relationship with a community, an organization, and maybe even a friend. This could also be the time when you are cutting yourselves loose, Leo, from a partnership that involved money and finances. So it could potentially be a business partnership, a financial collaboration of some sorts. You might also decide to say goodbye to someone who you used to pay in some shape or form, because you realize that they can no longer help you accomplish your goals for the future. And it might feel hard to have the conversation, but at the same time, it could feel very clear, you know what, this is no longer going to work. Also, there is a chance if someone was helping you financially, if someone was supporting you financially, they might say, you know what, listen, this is not going to work moving forward. Is it going to be disappointing? Potentially. If this is not coming from you, it might be disappointing. But at the same time, there's going to be a grand trine in earth signs at the time of the eclipse between the sun, Uranus, and Pluto, activating your houses of substance, so the ones connected with your work. I feel like you can genuinely reset your professional path, your career, and your day-to-day work. And that might also involve, for example, ending existing partnerships, maybe saying goodbye to old, I don't know, like collaborators, maybe saying goodbye to old clients, and maybe even releasing an existing source of income. But I feel like you're doing this for the better. So you're probably going to be in a much better position ultimately, even if now it feels hard to say goodbye. 22nd of September, Libra season starts. It activates your third house of connections and communications for the next month, but also on the same day, the sun trines Pluto. I like this because, again, it feels like you're well on track to transforming both your day-to-day work as well as your financial situation. You're accessing more power. You're feeling much more in control. I like this. 24th and 26th of September, also two very, very good days, financially and career-wise. You could be kind of like maybe receiving good news connected with your material situation. Maybe a new source of income is making its way to you. You could also be feeling very appreciated by potentially the new clients, or maybe you could be feeling appreciated in a new work environment. You also seem to come up with very original ideas on the 24th that set you apart in the professional space and kind of like make you stand out to the right people. On the 26th, it feels like your mind kind of like finds the right answer to a very convoluted problem. You might uncover some varied information, and as a result, you seem to be able to get the job done in a very, very, very successful way. If you're looking to get a job in any shape or form, I like both the 24th as well as the 26th. The 25th of September, confusion around money, but maybe also disillusionment and disappointment, maybe because someone didn't kind of like keep their side of the deal. 30th of September, Sun conjuncts Mercury. Very productive conversations. We've got a Mercury Cazimi in your third house. Very productive conversations with neighbors, siblings, colleagues, productive conversations around money. Very good day to buy or to sell something. Very good day to maybe finalize something that involved writing, researching, and that involved you kind of like using your logical, rational mind. And also on the same day, Mars trines Saturn. It feels like you can put in a lot of work and effort behind the scenes in terms of doing a very tedious job and clearing something out of the way, something very like hard, but also dull and boring. And that is Leo. My dear Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings, September of 2024, what does this have in store for you? Virgos, I'm going to start off with the good news. The good news is the following. Venus, planet of beauty, love, attraction, one of the two benefic planets in astrology. Venus is transiting your house of money, income, and self-worth all the way until the 23rd of September. Why is this the good news? Well, because Venus is likely to bring towards you opportunities to make money. Venus is going to also make you feel very valued, very appreciated. It might also draw towards you partners, connections, collaborations that you genuinely feel aligned with. If you are looking in any shape or form to attract more money, to attract more income, to, I don't know, maybe get a raise, this is a transit to absolutely take advantage of. So in September, one of my absolute favorite days is the 15th of September, maybe also the day before, when Venus is trining Jupiter in your house of career. Now, 14th and 15th, and especially the 15th of September, these are days when my recommendation is, if you can, to do something, to say something, to reach out, to communicate in such a way that you're going to be put in a kind of like lovely light with the people that matter professionally. For example, this could be a great day to maybe ask for a raise. This could be a great day to put up your prices. This could be a great day to maybe reach out to someone to collaborate with them so that you can generate more income. This is a great day. Also the 14th, so 14th, 15th. These are great days to maybe network. These are great days to say yes to new clients. These are great days to maybe present to the world what it is that you do professionally, because new opportunities are coming in. Opportunities that can pay off in a very concrete, tangible, material way. Your mind, but also your ability to mirror others and your ability to put yourselves into other people's shoes, and also your tastes are likely to be very valued and appreciated and celebrated on the 14th and the 15th of September, my dear Virgos. There could also be people reaching out to you 14th, 15th saying, I've got just the right opportunity for you career-wise. It is probably very attractive and it is probably going to result in more money. So I say, why not? Take it. That's just the way that I look at it. But obviously this is completely up to you. 23rd of September until the 17th of October, Venus transits Scorpio in your third house. This is likely to make writing, speaking, communicating, reaching out to others quite enjoyable. This is likely to also improve your relationships with colleagues, neighbors, siblings, and cousins. This is also likely to make it quite enjoyable for you to dig into, to dive into maybe any sort of like educational activity. There's also a possibility that throughout this period you might feel tempted to maybe talk about things that are connected with what's happening behind closed doors for other people. I'm just gonna say it. Now, sometimes, I mean, who are we to judge? Astrology doesn't judge. Sometimes a little bit of gossip actually might bring people together, might bring them closer together, but sometimes you could just kind of like say the wrong thing or kind of like divulge the wrong secret and it might not put you in such a good light. Just as an FYI. Now, let's go back to the very beginning of the month. Virgos, the month starts off on the 3rd of September with a new moon in your sign. It's going to be active also 3 days before, 3 days after. This new moon in Virgo is in opposition to Saturn. What is going on here? So I feel like you are entering a fresh chapter. You're kind of like potentially deciding to go on a new path, to take a new maybe direction in life in some shape or form that involves saying goodbye to someone. Maybe saying goodbye to someone who you've worked with, who you've collaborated with. You might decide to say goodbye to an old maybe advisor, consultant, counselor, maybe an old health practitioner. It feels like this is a fresh start without the help of someone else. So a relationship with someone else is either coming to a close or is being heavily restricted. This could also be the time when you decide to impose new boundaries in your relationships and say, you know what, this is what works for me. This is what I expect from you. There is a possibility that you might feel burdened around this time, however, also with someone else's duty and responsibility. There could also be a feeling of you having to do more work around this time, maybe because a partner, it could be a business partner, it could be your life partner, maybe because they are limited in what they can do themselves, I'd say. So not ideal, but it does feel like you might need to kind of like step up. From a physical perspective, from a health-related perspective, because the first house is the house of the physical body, it feels like you have to maybe release or limit or restrict very heavily some of your old kind of like habits, and maybe also release and restrict very heavily some of the things that you did on a day-to-day basis. Maybe potentially do less work, I'd say, so that your health can benefit. You might also decide to no longer work with someone in the workspace. It could be a colleague, it could be an old client, because you're no longer aligned with them from a mentality perspective. Potentially also because maybe something has changed at a legal perspective and you're like, no, you know what? It doesn't make sense for me to continue this collaboration. 3rd of September, also day before and day after, Mars squares Neptune. You seem to be a little bit uncertain in terms of what sort of action to take and which direction to go professionally. Potentially because there are some people in your life that are maybe not, that are hard to kind of like to pin down, that you don't know what to expect from. This could also be the time when you might feel like you have to disappoint someone who you worked with. It could also feel like things are a little bit up in the air in terms of direction when it comes to your career and your profession. At the same time, one thing is clear, you seem to be open to new opportunities. You seem to be kind of like itching for new opportunities professionally, and that might also involve releasing old connections, old collaborations, old partners, old partnerships, old clients. 4th of September until the 3rd of November, Mars transits your 11th house. So Mars is going to give you a lot of energy to direct towards your goals and plans for the future. This is a great time to take action on behalf of a community, on behalf of an organization. However, this is also a time when you might be a little bit more conflict prone when it comes to relationships with friends, my lovely Virgos. Mars is also the ruler of your 8th house and of your 3rd house. So conversations with friends and conversations within a group type of setup might become sometimes a little bit aggressive, conflictual, hostile, antagonistic. I've literally Googled right now as we speak, aggressive synonym. My own Mars in Gemini sometimes does that. Yeah, just be careful what you say because you don't know when someone's gonna feel, I don't know, like hurt. You might hurt someone's feelings without necessarily intending to. Obviously, it doesn't mean that that was your desire, that was your intention, but alas, it could happen. So just be careful. Just be careful what you say. 7th of September and 8th of September, not my favorite days. I mean, my favorite days this month are the 14th and 15th, especially the 15th, the 19th of September, the 24th, the 26th, and the 30th. But the 7th and the 8th, not my favorite days. Why? 7th, Mercury squares Uranus, disruption when it comes to traveling. You might also not be feeling 100%. You might also be having all sorts of intrusive thoughts, potentially not sleep really well. There could also be disruption, maybe connected with something that you had planned career-wise because of completely unforeseen circumstances. And 8th of September, you might just be feeling really limited and restricted and blocked because of someone else, someone that is not being as rational and analytical as you are. And you could also be feeling a little bit like distant from your significant other. 18th of September, eclipse season is back. So 18th of September, active week before, week after, we've got a full moon lunar eclipse activating your relationship axis. Jupiter trines Venus, but also squares the eclipse, and Mercury opposes Saturn. Okay, so this is where I see you really reevaluating your relationship sector. Some relationships might come to a close, might come to an end. Sometimes at lunar eclipses, people exit our life. There is a possibility that someone who you've worked with might exit your life. Someone who maybe you've collaborated with on the professional front might say goodbye, might exit your life. This could also be the time when you have an aha moment and you realize, you know what, I no longer want to serve people. I no longer want to help people in the professional space in the way that I've been helping them so far. It's a good time to revisit who is on your side professionally. It's a great time to also potentially say, you know what, this is no longer fulfilling. I do feel like new opportunities are opening up for you career-wise. New opportunities are opening up for you out into the world, but not everyone is 100% with you. Not everyone is 100% on your side. Some of you could also be making an announcement connected with your relationship sector. You could be making an announcement publicly. It could involve some sort of a departure or a separation. It doesn't have to be a romantic relationship. It could be a business relationship. At the time of the eclipse, there's going to be a grand trine in earth signs in the sky. I feel like it's very clear to you how you want to change your life, how your mentality and your belief system has gone through a radical transformation, and what makes you happy. And that might also involve distancing yourselves, Virgos, from certain people, especially certain people who you've been working with or who you've been working on practical things with. 19th of September, Sun trines Uranus. I like this because it could be like an aha moment, like a moment when you feel like life is kind of like super kind of like meaningful and the gods are on your side and divinity is on your side, and if you're waiting for a sign, I feel like you're getting it on this day. You also seem to feel very comfortable with the fact that you're making these sort of like radical changes on a personal level, my lovely Virgos. 22nd of September, Libra season starts. It activates your second house of income, so you're going to be putting more kind of like energy into financial matters. But also on the 22nd of September, the Sun trines Pluto. I mean, do something without telling anyone that makes you happy. Or just kind of like do something with a loved one that makes you happy. And don't share. Don't share. That's what I feel like saying about this whole aspect. 24th and 26th of September. As I said, I love these days. 24th, Mercury trines Uranus. This is a day of radical, innovative, progressive ideas, of good news, connected with career, connected with your health, but also connected with foreign lands and foreign countries. It is a great day also to find innovative solutions connected with maybe your health or your professional path. 26th of September, Mercury trines Pluto. I feel like you're getting to the bottom of something that is very, very important to you. I also feel like you're uncovering some really significant, really important information that changes the way that you think about yourselves for the better, my dear Virgos. The 25th of September, I don't like. I don't like it because conversations with people are really vague and confusing. Someone might be trying to lie to you. Someone might be potentially on purpose very, very evasive. It could also feel like maybe the relationship with a significant other is really kind of like up in the air. It's like, I'm trying to talk to you, you're not listening. You might be trying to be rational and analytical. The other person could be in a very kind of like sensitive kind of like state, in a very kind of like emotional state, and you're basically not speaking the same language. 30th of September, however, very good day. Sun conjuncts Mercury in Libra. This is a great day to sign contracts, receive money, make payments, accept payments. I feel like you could also be having some very positive, constructive, auspicious conversations around money. You could be taking some important decisions regarding your financial situation. I also like the 30th of September because Mars trines Saturn. So it feels like after working really hard together with someone on achieving something that is important for your future, finally, you are starting to see some results. It also feels like you've been pushing a lot to get someone in your life, maybe a partner, to get them out of a place of like stuckness, a place of stagnation, a place of difficulty, and now they're starting to move. Now they're starting to see the light. Now they're starting to become driven and motivated, I'd say. So 30th, one of my favorite days, Virgos. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings, September of 2024, what is going on in the sky? Well, Libras, I think you're really going to enjoy one transit in particular this month, the transit of Venus through your sign. Venus is actually your ruler, and it's going to be moving through Libra until the 23rd of September. What does that mean? Well, you might be feeling extra good with yourselves, Libras, throughout this whole period. You might be feeling really good in your own skin. You might be feeling very loved, very appreciated. You might be feeling very valuable. You might be feeling like you're attracting all the right people, all the right opportunities. Like you're attracting also maybe opportunities to I was about to kind of like try to find the right words. Opportunities to enjoy sensual pleasure, let's say. You might also feel like you're attracting a lot of romance, a lot of romantic energy. Venus, let's not forget, it is the planet of love after all. So it depends how you want to use this transit, how you want to use this energy. If you're single, it's a great time to go out on dates. If you're with someone, just let them spoil you. Just let them do nice things for you. It's also a very good transit, Libras, to do beautiful things, to get involved in activities that beautify the body. So maybe, I don't know, going to get like your hair cut, buying nice clothes, buying jewelry. That's a very beautiful way to celebrate Venus. 14th and 15th of September are probably my favorite days when it comes to this transit. Why? Because especially on the 15th, Venus trines Jupiter. Now, Venus trining Jupiter on the 15th could bring a few things for you. It could bring some sort of blessing, some sort of opportunity. It could bring some sort of good luck in your life, my dear Libras, when it comes to one of the following: studies, education, courts of law, traveling. Maybe an opportunity to travel could come your way. Jupiter is also the ruler of your house of day-to-day work and health. So there could be some sort of unexpected opportunity, very auspicious opportunity that makes its way to you when it comes to your work sector. Venus is also the planet of collaboration, so there could be someone reaching out to you saying, let's collaborate work-wise. If you are thinking of reaching out to someone to collaborate, I love the 15th of September. It's a great day to have the conversation. Another great day to have conversations about maybe collaboration with people is the 30th of September, when we have a Mercury cazimi in Libra. Now, if you're thinking of, I don't know, like launching something out into the world, maybe like a marketing campaign, maybe sharing something that you've written, 15th of September is fabulous. If you're thinking of purchasing something connected with foreign lands and foreign countries, or making a purchase connected with your education, again, I love the 15th of September. An opportunity connected with foreign lands and foreign countries is the theme around the 15th of September. Also, romance that is kind of like growing and expanding, romantic energy, affection that is growing and expanding, and a connection that is growing and expanding is also the theme around the 15th of September. It could be a meeting of the minds. This also feels like a time when your perspective upon yourselves, my dear Libras, is going through a process of broadening and expansion, and you're looking at yourselves and at the meaning of life from a different standpoint, and you're having some really good conversations, and you're feeling very enthusiastic and hopeful when it comes to your future, and also when it comes to the future of your relationships, my dear Libras. Lots of opportunities. That's the theme. And sometimes we make our own opportunities, and because Venus is transiting your first house, and the first house is you, if you are thinking, you know what, let me reach out to people, let me be the one that creates the opportunity, do it. Of course, I'm not telling you what to do. This is just me kind of like trying to translate the astrology, Libras, in the best way possible. Now, Venus is going to go into your house of income from the 23rd of September until the 17th of October. So you might be very focused on financial matters, on spending money. You could be spending money on the physical body throughout this period. You could be also spending money on, well, matters connected with others. So I don't know, maybe you're buying gifts, or maybe you're taking care of someone else's expenses throughout this period, or maybe you're also being super focused on dealing with things like debt. 23rd of September until the 17th of October, you might also feel like you attract financial opportunities, like you attract maybe financial resources. So this is a good time to look at your income, your salary, your prices, if you work for yourselves, Libras, and say, okay, maybe I need to attract more. And my recommendation would be to take advantage of this period, because Venus, after all, is one of the two benefic planets. Careful, however, also not to become super obsessed with spending money on things like, I don't know, beauty or cosmetics or things like that, because that could be a darker expression of Venus transiting Scorpio in the second house. I realize, obviously, there's a lot worse things than that, but alas, I had to mention this. Now, let's go back to the beginning of the month. 3rd of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after. There's a new one in your 12th house in opposition to Saturn in the 6th house of health and day-to-day work. So there's this sort of like focus on starting something new behind the scenes that maybe involves you limiting potentially the amount of work that you do on a day-to-day basis, maybe limiting the amount of hours that you work. This could also be a fresh start that involves you giving up on some existing habits, maybe some existing potentially routines, because if you keep up with them, then your health is likely to suffer, especially your mental health. This could also be the time when you start working on something behind the scenes, Libras, and as a result, you no longer have the same amount of time. So something's got to give. You no longer have the same amount of time to take care of your existing work in the way that you used to. So you might need to do less. You might need to restrict how much work you do for the time being. This is a great time to start some sort of like autumn cleaning process, let's say. So clear things out. Clear out unnecessary habits. Clear out unnecessary maybe objects from the house. Clear out. This is gonna sound very bad. Clear out unnecessary people from your life. But I know I'm gonna come off as insensitive. I'm not trying to be insensitive, but sometimes, obviously, you're a Libra sun, Libra rising, whatever you are. Sometimes certain relationships might no longer be beneficial, and it's realistic to look at them and say, okay, this is no longer working. There is a possibility that you might also decide to remove yourselves, Libras, from an existing community around this time, an existing group of people. Maybe you're not going to communicate it openly straight away, but alas, it does feel like it could be a theme. 3rd of September, also day before and day after, Mars squares Neptune. It could feel like there is a certain kind of like lack of clarity as to how things are going to work out on a day-to-day basis, either at work or when it comes to your health. You could feel like maybe you want to take action health-wise, but maybe there are still things that are kind of like in the fog health-wise that you're not super sure about, and action or kind of like a very fast-paced approach might not necessarily be productive, I'd say. And you might also try to find maybe like a rational and like logical, analytical solution to something that is a bit more kind of like nebulous and convoluted in the health space around this time. So don't rush in trying to solve things. That's my recommendation. Also, there could be an experience of you having to maybe let go of someone or something connected with the workspace because of changes in legislation, I'd say. If you are traveling, there could be some sort of a disappointment whilst traveling. My recommendation is to keep a close eye on your money, your wallet. You might also need to postpone traveling or just kind of like revisit your schedule for travels because of work or health-related matters. 4th of September until the 3rd of November, Mars transits your house of career. You're very driven. You're motivated to take action professionally. You might also come across as kind of like very, like active and assertive in the professional in a professional space. Careful, because throughout this period, if you're not in a leadership position, you might try to dominate others, and people might kind of like take it the wrong way, and you might hurt their feelings. This is also a time when you have a higher chance than usual to get into fights and conflicts with either people in positions of power or your mom, just as an FYI. So slow down. That's my recommendation. 7th of September and 8th of September, not my favorite days. 7th of September, Mercury squares Uranus. I feel like you might need to change your plans when it comes to your let's say goals for the future that involve friends or a group of people or an organization. 8th of September, Sun opposes Saturn. You might just be feeling very drained, very tired. It doesn't feel like you can do a lot at work. You might need to take a day off. There is a very high possibility. 9th of September, Mercury enters Virgo in the 12th house. All the way until the 26th, it does feel like it becomes increasingly clear to you what needs to be cleared out of your life, and your mind is very active in this direction, and it finds the right solutions, and it's kind of like very meticulous as well. You might be making a plan. You might benefit from a plan of what needs to be cleared out. You might also be doing a lot of intellectual work behind the scenes throughout this period. 18th of September. Dun 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 dun, eclipse season is back, in case you missed it. 18th of September, active week before, week after, we've got a full moon lunar eclipse activating your axis of health and work. So it feels like something is coming to a culminating point, to a completion, to a peak health-wise. If you've been experiencing health-related issues, it feels like now you know exactly what you're dealing with. If you've been experiencing confusion or not a clear sense of what to do next in the workspace, now you also seem to have clarity, but it might involve you releasing something. You're releasing a job, you're saying goodbye to a job, maybe you're saying goodbye to a team. Some people could be leaving from work. Potentially there might be redundancies. You might decide to leave a job behind. Health-wise, this could be a time maybe when something happens, maybe you experience some sort of an intervention or something along those lines. But it also feels like something at a mentality level is changing, at a belief system perspective, at a belief system level is changing when it comes to how you approach health and work. So you might look at your health and work sector and say, you know what? I'm no longer gonna stress myself out that much. I'm no longer gonna sacrifice myself for work that much. You could also be leaving behind the job, potentially, saying goodbye to a job, maybe because you're going to be traveling or you're going to be moving abroad, or because something is changing at a legislation level. It feels like you're finding more meaning to life than just working and being of service and sacrificing yourselves, Libras, and maybe sacrificing your health. If you do need to give up on anything health-wise, my recommendation is to do it, because otherwise it could cause pain. Just as a bit of an FYI, there is going to be a grand trine in Earth signs in the sky at the time of this eclipse. Sun, Uranus, and Pluto. It feels like there is some sort of a transformation and a bit of a reset and a bit of a regeneration that is happening in your personal life, in your home life. Your plans for the future are changing. You need to consider new possibilities. At the same time, there could be some good news or some kind of like unexpected, like positive support that you're receiving from other people in terms of finances, in terms of resources, and change is underway. And I feel like you're probably going to welcome it. That's the way that I see it. 22nd of September, Libra season starts. Now, the sun is going to bring you vitality. It's going to bring you energy. The sun is going to bring you confidence for the next month. Even health-wise, it's probably going to make you feel better. I mean, health-wise, yes, there are some things that need to be tackled. You might need to change some habits this month. You might need to look very closely at what's been undermining your health. But you are definitely seeing some sort of a positive turn that is underway health-wise. That's what I'm seeing with Venus on your side, with the sun on your side also. Let's see. 24th of September and 26th of September. These are actually some really good days. 24th of September, Mercury trines Uranus, may be an unexpected gift from someone, maybe unexpected good news connected with your investments. 26th of September, Mercury trines Pluto. I feel like you know exactly what it is that you need to say, do, change at home in order to experience a much better kind of like home and living situation. You could be having a very good conversation with a family member about something that needs to be transformed and reset. I'm liking this. 25th of September, Mercury opposes Neptune. Really confusing conversations at work. You might also be dealing with the wrong dates, numbers, facts, data. So I would not sign contracts. I would be very careful when you send emails or when you make presentations, because you might have the wrong stats, Libras. So double, triple, quadruple check. 30th of September, Sun conjuncts Mercury. I love this because it feels like your mind is super clear as to what direction you need to take in your life in order to feel accomplished, what direction you need to step into, and I dare say who you need to kind of like team up with in order to achieve your goals for the future. 30th of September, Mars trines Saturn. After a lot of hard work, maybe connected with your health or connected also with your like professional life, it feels like you're finally seeing results. You're kind of like finally moving forward out of maybe a place of like stuckness and stagnation, and potentially also a place of difficulty, let's say, because health and work are kind of like big themes. This month, whatever needs to be released, release it. That's just my recommendation, and your health is probably going to be thanking you, Libras. Now, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. My lovely Scorpios, what's going on in September? So, we're going to start off with the new moon. 3rd of September, active. 3 days before, 3 days after, there's going to be a new moon happening in your 11th house in opposition to Saturn. So what's going on here? You're probably setting new goals, new intentions for the future, new plans for the future, maybe plans for the future that involve you and like spending less time doing some of the things that you used to enjoy doing. You might potentially decide to take a little bit of distance maybe from some of your passions and hobbies. You might also decide to take some distance from certain people, potentially a family member. There could be a fresh start that you're experiencing when it comes to your plans for the future. That might also involve you spending less time with your kids. And I know that could feel very, very, very sad. You could feel quite conflicted as a result. You could be on the one hand maybe excited about your career and your plans for the future, but on the other hand, you might be feeling quite guilty. There's also a possibility that you might decide to impose some new rules upon your children, some new boundaries in your children's lives when it comes to maybe the interaction with certain people, maybe when it comes to the interaction with certain friends. You might decide, you know what, this group of people that you've been hanging out with is not good for you, let's say. New rules are a big theme at the time of this new moon. New structures, new burdens, and new responsibilities. New responsibilities for a community, new responsibilities on behalf of a community. Scorpios, new responsibilities maybe when it comes to your children as well. I feel like you might also be detaching yourselves potentially from something that you've put a lot of time, energy, and effort into in order to move towards a future that is much more aligned with where you want to be from a professional perspective. Mercury squares Uranus. I feel like you could be saying goodbye to some people at the time of this new moon, potentially a business partner, maybe a friend, and also Mars squares Neptune. You might also feel this energy one day before and one day after. Mars is your chart ruler. You could be angry, you could be disappointed with someone, you could be disappointed with, I don't know, someone who was very close to your heart. You could feel like you have to, even though you don't want to, you have to change the relationship that you have with someone, maybe be a little bit stricter, maybe be a little bit more dominant, I want to say, in the relationship that you have with potentially like a child or a loved one. There's some sort of like disappointment potentially also connected with money coming to your attention around this time. Maybe you're disappointed with yourselves, Scorpios, for having spent too much money on something that feels not really constructive, something that maybe feels good and pleasant, but not super constructive. Maybe you've been spending too much money and you could be judging yourselves. Too much money on fun, on entertainment. There's also a possibility that you might decide to spend less money on something connected with your children, even though it pains you because you've got other plans for the future. Careful not to overdo it with the fun around the 3rd of September, day before and day after, because you might end up in a pickle financially. You might also end up feeling physically hurt, I'd say, or potentially catching some sort of a cold or flu or something like that. I realize it's September, it's not flu season, but Mars Neptune is very virus friendly, not physically friendly. Also, Neptune is associated with drugs and escapism. So if you're going out, if you're having fun, you might end up, I don't know, in some sort of a fight with someone who is intoxicated. You probably don't want that. So I would just be extra cautious. 4th of September, Mars, your chart ruler, planet of action. Mars goes into Cancer in your 9th house until the 9th of November, until the 3rd of November, actually. So you're probably going to put a lot of energy. You're going to be very driven. You're going to be very motivated when it comes to matters connected with your day-to-day work, and especially if these involve traveling. You might also be very driven and motivated to fight for something on a legal, level. You might also be very driven and motivated to achieve a goal connected with foreign lands, foreign countries, or legal entities or institutions. Let's say you need to get your, residency or citizenship, and you're like, okay, come on, I'm gonna do it. I am absolutely gonna do it. You might be particularly assertive when it comes to standing up for what you believe in, Scorpios. Now, careful, because Mars doesn't like to be in Cancer. So there is a possibility that you might take offense, that you might feel hurt, that you might feel insulted by people, especially in the workspace. You might feel insulted. You might feel like they are attacking your worldview, your life philosophy, and you're probably going to stand up and defend it. I mean, as long as it doesn't like genuinely emotionally hurt you, which is always the possibility with Mars in Cancer. And Cancer, you have to remember, it's a negative sign. Negative doesn't mean bad. It just means that it's turned inward. So sometimes the anger, the frustration can turn inwards. I mean, do something. If you're feeling really upset with, I don't know, the state of the world, if you're feeling really upset, if you feel like you need to like take action and do something because there's something going on that goes against your life principles, my recommendation with Mars is give it a channel. Give it action, right? Mars transiting the 9th house can also bring potentially conflicts with in-laws or conflicts abroad. This month isn't necessarily that problematic, let's say, but there's gonna be a few things coming up until Mars gets out of Cancer. So yeah, just be aware. Mars is also going to give you a lot of energy to deal with matters connected with your academic path until the 3rd of November. So if you've got things that you need to do on that front, go, because Mars is blowing the wind in your sails. 7th of September and 8th of September, not my favorite days, but alas, you've got to deal with them. I mean, we don't have to like stress out too much about them. I'm just giving you a bit of a heads up. On the 7th of September, you might have a little bit of an unexpected random conversation with someone in the workspace. It could feel like they're being very radical in their thinking. They're not listening to reason. They might have like an unexpected piece of news or an unexpected demand. It might feel to you like whatever it is that they're saying doesn't make a lot of sense. So yeah, just be aware. And 8th of September, Sun opposes Saturn. You might need to change some of the fun plans that you had made. Maybe because a friend can't make it. Maybe because you no longer want to hang out with this person. Maybe because your child needs you if you have children. So I feel like something's getting in the way of the plans that you had made. 9th of September until the 26th, Mercury transits Virgo in your 11th house. Mercury is giving you all the right ideas, solutions as to how you can organize things, plan things, make a list in order for you to achieve your goals and plans for the future. 9th of September until the 26th, for those of you who have your own businesses, is also a very auspicious period from a financial perspective for the business, I'd say. And generally, this is a good time to speak in public, to speak to an audience, to connect with broader, kind of like wider audiences. 15th of September, maybe also the 14th, but especially the 15th, Venus in Libra in your 12th house trines Jupiter in your 8th house. I feel like those of you who have investments, and again, please don't take this as financial advice. You are completely responsible for what you do with your money. Those of you who have investments might see some wins. This could be a good time to take those wins, okay? There could also be an unexpected opportunity to invest in something. You could also kind of like feel very lucky when it comes to some resources making their way to you out of nowhere. You could also be feeling like you're getting some relief when it comes to something that you had to pay for, I'd say. Maybe, I don't know, some sort of like debt is written off. This could be a very, very good day to gift something to someone or to like help someone selflessly in some shape or form. And even if your mind is not kind of like set on, okay, how is this going to serve me? If you help someone selflessly around this time, it might actually open some really kind of like unexpected beneficial doors for you. And it could feel like the universe is repaying you in some shape or form. Very romantic day, 15th of September. You seem to feel very connected with someone. It could be a good day, maybe also the day before to like plan something nice. If you're in a relationship, to plan something nice for your significant other. They might have a surprise for you. A great day to enjoy intimacy, a really kind of like close, intimate connection with someone. There's this sort of like energy of romance happening behind the scenes. Take advantage of it. Just saying. 18th of September, active week before, week after. Dun 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 dun, we are back to eclipse season, folks. In case you missed it. Last eclipse season was in the spring, and here we are, back to eclipse season in the autumn in the northern hemisphere. This eclipse is happening on the Virgo-Pisces axis. We're going to experience, as of next spring, eclipses on this axis all the way until 2027. So consider this your preview as to what sort of changes you can expect in your life. Fated, predestined changes. What sort of changes you can expect in your life for the next few years, good few years until 2027. This full moon lunar eclipse can bring to a culminating point something connected with your creative projects, but also potentially something connected with the sector of children. If you're looking to get pregnant, there could be news around pregnancy. If you have a child, maybe your child is wrapping an important chapter of their life, wrapping it up, and now you realize, oh my God, like the transformation is just kicking off, and it's bittersweet. It could be a time when you feel very in love. I will just say it. Now, especially for those of you who are single, or let's say you're seeing someone but you're not in a full-blown kind of like committed relationship, it could be that aha moment where you realize, oh God, like this is it. Like I genuinely have feelings for this person. So it could be this sort of like turning point in your romantic life. Jupiter is in a nice aspect to Venus, so I feel like if you are in love, it kind of like changes everything for the better. But it could also give you the sort of like feeling of, what does the future hold? I have no idea. So lack of clarity around what a kind of like joint common future together would look like. Love or children seem to be changing the future, seem to be transforming the future. Mercury opposes Saturn. I feel like you might try to be like logical and rational about this thing that changes everything, but the rational mind might be not defeated, but it could be overwhelmed by what's going on. This could also be the time when something that you've waited like so long for is finally happening. Something that you really wanted to have in your life. It's finally happening. There is a grand trine in earth signs at the time in the sky. So between the sun, Uranus, and Pluto, there's something going on the relationship sector. There's people in your life, there's friends, there could be a partner, there could be a sibling who are helping you kind of like, from a practical perspective, transform your future in some shape or form. So however your life is changing around this time, rely on friends, partner, siblings, cousins, because they seem to be able to like act in a manner that is supportive from a practical perspective in order for you to like reset your life in some shape or form. 22nd of September, Libra season starts. It activates your 12th house. So there could be this feeling of a lot going on behind the scenes. You might also feel the need to potentially spend some time away from the world, maybe with those closest to you in your own bubble. 23rd of September until the 17th of October, Venus enters Scorpio in your first house. You're probably really going to like this period. This period is probably going to make you feel very loved, very appreciated. It might make you feel really sexy, really good in your own skin. You might feel particularly magnetic and attractive. You might also feel like you maybe want to transform something about your looks. And you might also very, very strongly identify with the roles that you play for other people. So you might kind of see yourselves, Scorpios, as the consultant, as the advisor. It could feel like a lot of people come to you for advice, especially people who are going through some sort of a change or a crisis. You do with that whatever you want. I will just put it out there with that energy. Also have a think about whatever you want to attract in your life, the kinds of like people, the type of energy that you want to attract towards you, because Venus is a very magnetic and attractive energy. So from the 23rd of September until the 17th of October, you might attract exactly that. And it's also obviously a good time to enjoy the finer things in life. Sensual pleasure, good food, very kind of like powerful, intimate, physical connection with someone that also has like a strong emotional element to it, because of course Scorpio is a water sign after all. It's fixed water, so it doesn't do things without feeling and emotion in it, especially without like the intensity of emotion. 24th of September and the 26th, two very good days. On the 24th, Mercury trines Uranus. You might unexpectedly bump into someone and you might really enjoy the interaction. You might unexpectedly bump into a friend. If you have a partner, they might have some like surprise for you that you really like, that you really enjoy. If you're going out into the world, you could have some really good conversations that give you brilliant ideas. 26th of September, Mercury trines Pluto. I feel like your mind goes like really deep and really understands how you need to transform things if you are to experience a different future. 24th and the 26th are also very good days for sales, for purchases, and also for like public kind of like presentations, for speaking in public. 26 is very, very good also in terms of fixing something connected with cars or transportation, and also in terms of having a very deep, profound, really kind of like transformative conversation with a sibling, a cousin, or maybe even a colleague, I'd say. 25th of September, I don't like it. You might feel lied to, you might feel disappointed, and you might also feel just like not really happy as to how maybe a thing that was supposed to be fun turns out. Also, if you're going on a date around this time, careful. Mercury Neptune is just like lies. Someone could lie to you. I mean, I realize your radar for BS is very developed. It's highly developed Scorpios, but even you have the potential to sometimes be deceived, let's say. You might also need to have a difficult conversation with a friend, and part of you could sense that you're going to disappoint them, but at the same time, it might be a lot better to be honest and to kind of like move forward with honesty rather than move forward with guilt. And 30th of September, Sun conjuncts Mercury. You seem to have a lot of clarity as to what you need to remove from your life and who you need to let go of from your life. And Mars trines Saturn, so something that you put a lot of energy into that required a lot of work and time and discipline, and really kind of like maintaining your composure from an emotional perspective. It feels like it's finally paying off. It could be something connected with your passions and hobbies, connected with a creative project, connected with the topic of children, maybe connected with your romantic life. If you've been just kind of like holding on to for dear life for something to work on the romantic front, now it could finally work out in a manner that you are really happy with, my dear Scorpios. So this is one of my favorite days. Also, this could be a time when you feel like you finally motivated. If you have children, you finally motivated a child to get out of a place of like difficulty and emotional challenge and stagnation, let's say. Some sort of success after a lot of work, connected also with your academic path, with your studies, but maybe also connected with you kind of like fighting for something abroad, or like pushing and fighting for something in the legal sector in some shape or form. So I really like this. My dear Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings, September of 2024, what does it have in store for you Sagittarians? Well, there is a lot going on in the sky this month, so let me just start off with the very beginning. 3rd of September, there's going to be a new moon. It's going to be active also in the 3 days before and the 3 days after. The new moon is happening in your house of career, public status, and public reputation. It is also activating your 4th house of home, family life, living situation, private life, and so on. The new moon generally brings in a new beginning. So you might experience some sort of fresh start, some sort of a new chapter kicking off in your professional life, but also potentially, because some of you might be saying things like, you know what, Rux, I'm not working. How's this going to affect me? You might experience a fresh start when it comes to your status, position, and reputation in the world, because the 10th house has a lot to do with our status in the world. So it could feel like your reputation is going through some sort of a reset in some shape or form. This could feel like a fresh start. Also, when it comes to you starting work, starting to put effort into rebuilding your personal brand, you could say. Let's say you are, I don't know, an artist, and at the time of the new moon, you might decide, you know what, I'm going to redo my whole website, I'm going to redo my whole portfolio, I'm going to change my branding. So this is a good time, Sagittarians, from a symbolic perspective, especially Sagittarius risings, to rebrand yourselves, you could say. The new one also activates what we call the parental axis. So there could be some sort of a shift, some sort of a change taking place in the life of a parent. A parent might leave something behind. They might leave behind an old, tangible, concrete structure of their life. There's a possibility that you might also witness a parent experiencing the consequences of the passing of time, since the new moon comes with an opposition to Saturn. Now, some of you, as I said, could be starting off a new project work-wise. You could start off a new career. You could embark upon a new career direction. It feels like the role that you're going to be fulfilling in your professional life is going through a massive, massive, massive shift. It could come with a lot of extra responsibility. Whatever you're starting off professionally, it feels like responsibility is the key word. And not just responsibility, it feels like the new role, the new job might come with its own set of limitations and restrictions. Especially, it might take you away from home, it might take you away from your private life, it might limit the amount of time that you can spend at home. At the same time, because astrology is symbolic, there is a possibility that you might decide to do less at work, or to kind of like step down from a position in the workspace so that you can focus more on your duties and your responsibilities at home. There's also a possibility that a boss could leave, or someone in a position of power. At the same time, there's also a possibility that the industry that you activate in could go through a change, could go through a shift. It could be a legal shift. There could be new legislation being passed out. Not passed out. I don't think the law can pass out. I apologize. I've misused the phrase. Alas, I'm filming this with Mercury retrograde. As I said, like, new laws could come up that impact your industry, and as a result, you might feel like, you know what, maybe I need to kind of like revisit my career path. Maybe I need to revisit my career direction. Maybe I need to take all of these into account when I make new plans for the future from a professional perspective. You might also experience a fresh start in the professional space that involves you traveling or working with people from different countries, different cultures, and you might need to be very sensitive. You might need to be extra sensitive to cultural differences, I'd say. New rules, new structures, and I have to say new limitations and restrictions are probably making their way to you, my dear Sagittarians. Now, also on the 3rd of September, and you might feel this the day before and the day after, Mars is squaring Neptune. Mars in your house of relationships is squaring Neptune in the 4th house of home and family life and private life. There is a possibility that you could feel disappointed with someone at home, maybe with a parent, maybe with a family member in general. You could also have, for those of you who are in a relationship, you could have some sort of a conflict over matters connected with home life and private life. You could have a conflict with your spouse. There could also be a sense of uncertainty as to how to move forward when it comes to a matter that affects both you and your significant other, a matter that is connected with home, family, and living situation. There is also a possibility that your partner could feel hurt by someone from your side of the family, I'd say. So tread carefully. I mean, you might kind of like, I don't know, witness your partner kind of like get upset, and you might be like, it's no big deal, like, why are you getting upset? But they might actually be really hurt. So that's why I say tread carefully. Now, Venus this month is doing two things. Well, Venus is actually doing more than two things, but two things in particular. It's going to be transiting until the 23rd of September, your 11th house. Now, what does that tell me? It tells me that whatever you need help with from friends, you're probably going to get it. Do not hesitate to reach out to friends. Do not hesitate to reconnect with them. Now, obviously, you don't have to connect with them just because you need help, but in case you do need help with anything, maybe you need help with something connected with your work. Maybe you need help with something connected with your health. Friends are there for you. Relationships with friends are likely to go really, really well until the 23rd of September. You might feel very loved by friends. You might feel very kind of like happy to have them in your life. Venus transiting the 11th house is also a very auspicious period for you to do things that involve an audience. So let's say you're presenting something to an audience. Let's say, I don't know, you're holding a speech. Let's say you're launching a product. You could say that audiences are on your side And generally, because the 11th house is a house associated with social occasions, my recommendation would be to make the most of this transit, this beautiful transit, because you're probably going to enjoy going out into the world. Venus is going to enter Scorpio in your 12th house until the middle of October, until the 12th, until the 17th of October. So you may really enjoy kind of like spending some time behind the scenes, away from the world, maybe really kind of focusing on a very deep, profound, intimate relationship that you have. You might also enjoy a little bit of seclusion, maybe a little bit of time off. Be very careful, however. I'm like, be very careful, Sagittarians. Of course, obviously, you do you. You can do whatever you want, Sagittarians, and I don't need you. You don't need me to tell you that. As I said, I'm filming this with Mercury retrograde. Sometimes I need to slow down and find the right words. Okay, so Venus transiting the 12th house can bring, how should I call it? A little bit of self-undoing through too much pleasure, too much sensual pleasure, or through pleasure that can be potentially, as I said, a little bit self-destructive. So I'm just going to give you a very straightforward example. Let's say you drink too much and the next day you wake up and you're like, I can't go into work because, I don't know, you have a massive hangover. So yeah, just something to be mindful of with Venus transiting the 12th house. Now this month, Venus is making one of the most beautiful aspects of the year, if you ask me. I mean, does that sound like a bold claim? Probably, but alas, I'm gonna make it anyway. Venus on the 15th of September, but you might also feel this the day before and the day after, especially the day before. Venus on the 15th is making a harmonious aspect to Jupiter in the 7th house. Now, this can bring a few things in your life. First and foremost, it's a very, very, very auspicious day or few days to connect with friends, go out into the world, participate in any and all sorts of social occasions. Go to a concert, go to a party. You're probably going to meet with people who are right up your street. You're probably going to meet with people who make you feel very valued and appreciated. You're probably going to connect with people who broaden your mind and your horizons and bring all of these exciting ideas. Venus is also the ruler of your house of day-to-day work. So in a kind of like group type of setup, you could attract really exciting, really beneficial work-related opportunities. An opportunity from a friend is how I would define this this transit. An opportunity also connected with groups of people, organizations, communities of people is also a very possible, let's say, translation of this transit. Venus, planet of love. Jupiter transiting your 7th house is expanding relationships. I mean, it feels like a romantic relationship could be going through a process of expansion. How lovely is that? It doesn't have to be a new relationship. It could be your existing relationship. You could feel more in love with your partner than ever. You could do some really enjoyable things together. It might feel like your relationship is evolving, and the level of kind of like connection between the two of you, especially connection in terms of communication, in terms of making plans for the future. That level of connection is superb. It's a very romantic aspect, but especially romantic in a social way. So if you are thinking, you know what, I want to surprise my partner, take them to something that maybe involves groups of people. Take them to, I don't know, like a concert, or take them out to see a play that they've wanted to see for a long time. Organize something with your friends, for your partner. If I don't know, maybe it's their birthday or something along those lines. At the same time, there's a possibility that your partner could surprise you in very beautiful ways. They could gift you things. They could have maybe exciting news to share with you. A very, very, very auspicious time. Probably the best time of the month, my dear Sagittarians. Take advantage of it. Now, let me go back to the beginning of the month. 4th of September until the 3rd of November, Mars enters Cancer in your 8th house. Now, Mars, for you Sagittarians, is the ruler of your 5th house and your 12th house. A few things. A few things. Mars does not like to be in Cancer. Number one. Secondly, the 8th house can be a little bit of a difficult house sometimes. There is a high chance, a high possibility of possible fights and quarrels and conflicts with other people over money, or over joint, or kind of like shared assets. Let's say, I don't know, you've bought a property with someone, maybe it's your sister or someone like that. There might be conflict on the horizon connected with this kind of like joint matter, joint asset. At the same time, however, it is possible that from the 4th of September until the 3rd of November, you might have to fight on behalf of someone else. You might have to fight on behalf of your partner. You might have to fight on behalf of your child if you have children. And it could feel like this fight is really kind of like riling you up emotionally. I'm trying to make sure that I use the correct words. Mars can bring frustration. I'm just going to say it. Frustration might make its way to you because of matters connected with money, investments, but potentially also because of matters connected with intimacy. Let's say you're not getting something that you want in that sphere of life, and you might be like, Mars in Cancer can turn its anger inwards. So in case you do feel tense or annoyed with something that involves someone else, make sure that you do communicate it. Okay, so that's something that I wanted to put on your radar. I would not be very quick to put money behind new investments from the 4th of September until the 3rd. Obviously, this is completely kind of like your call. This is absolutely up to you. You are completely responsible of how you manage and handle your money. This is not financial advice, but Mars can be quite impulsive. Mars in Cancer doesn't really kind of like to calculate things properly. Mars is exalted in Capricorn. We have to remember that. So planet of action is exalted in the sign of rules and structures, right? That says something. Last but not least, you could also become quite angry with maybe a family member throughout this period because of something that maybe hurt you as a child. You could be triggered. I am going to mention some key dates in this regards, especially maybe next month, but just a few things to be mindful of. Now, 7th and 8th of September, not the most exciting days of the month. 7th of September, Mercury squares Uranus, some sort of change of plans at work, change of plans, maybe in terms of traveling potentially. It could feel like you're not really speaking the same language with someone at work. Now, obviously, I'm referring to that metaphorically. For example, they're saying one thing, you're like, no. This is about a whole different ball game. And it could just feel like you're not on the same page. 8th of September, Sun opposes Saturn. You might feel like whatever's going on in your home life and private life is preventing you from focusing very kind of like closely and meticulously on your professional path and on what you want to achieve professionally. And at the same time, you might also feel potentially quite fearful to shine and stand out in the public space. Because it could feel like something burdens you in your private life and you're like, no, I don't want to be in the spotlight. Now, 9th of September until the 26th. I like this period. Why? Because Mercury transits Virgo in your house of career. Now, Mercury is likely to bring to you the best words, the good words, the right words at the right time. You know, when you just say the right thing at the right time, Mercury comes in and says, you know what? I got you. I'm gonna make things easier for you professionally. So if you need to do any sort of public speaking, if you need to take the floor in the professional space, in the public space, Mercury is on your side from the 9th until the 26th of September. Mercury also is very good at solving problems and fixing issues. So if you've been experiencing issues at work or in the professional space, you can thank Mercury. It's coming to save the day, okay? Now, on the 18th of September, eclipse season is back. 18th of September, active week before, week after. We've got a full moon lunar eclipse activating your 4th house, 10th house axis. It's a lunar eclipse in Pisces. Jupiter, the ruler of the eclipse, is going to be in your 7th house in Gemini, trining Venus, but squaring the eclipse. And Mercury is opposing Saturn. So a few things are happening here. Lunar eclipses generally involve letting go of something. So you might kind of like be faced with the fact that you potentially have to let go of your home life and living situation as you know it. For example, you might realize, you know what, I've got to move, we've got to move as a family if I want to, I don't know, follow my dreams, if I want to pursue a collaboration, if I want to pursue a partnership, I need to potentially relocate, or I need to spend less time at home. So something might change in the home space. At eclipses, people can also leave our life. So let's say you live with someone, you've got a, I don't know, like a roommate or someone like that, and they might let you know, yeah, I'm going. Something could also come to a close officially in the life of a parent or a family member. It could be, again, something connected maybe with their work, with their career. I feel like this could also be a time when something's going on in the life of a partner, if you are in a relationship, of course, and it's a good thing, it's an exciting thing, maybe it's like an opportunity of some sorts, but as a result, they might spend less time at home, or you as a couple might need to decide whether you're going to relocate or not. Your partner, whatever happens at home, is on your side. Whatever you need help with, if there are any sort of changes happening in the home space, if you need help from someone else, such as a consultant, an advisor, I don't know, like an agent of some sorts, do not hesitate to ask for help, because help is there for you. You just got to say the word. There is something really nice happening in the sky. There's a grand trine in Earth, which involves the Sun, Uranus, and Pluto. I feel like your career is going through some sort of drastic change that involves maybe working in a new environment, maybe changing your source of income, and at the same time, it also seems to affect your personal life. So a lot of big changes happening here, Sagittarius. Things coming to a close, a lot of transformation, but also in some shape or form, you seem to be left in a much better place than you were initially from a professional perspective. Let's see, 22nd of September, Libra season starts. Sun enters Libra. For the next month, the spotlight is placed even more on your goals and plans for the future, as well as your involvement with communities and groups of people. It's a very beautiful day. I feel the 22nd of September. It feels like you've got clarity as to how your life is changing, how you're evolving, how you're transforming. That's at least the way that I would read this this day. 24th and 26th, two of my favorite days, in addition to the 15th of September. 24th, Mercury trines Uranus. 26th, Mercury trines Pluto. I mean, you are brimming with very kind of like innovative ideas when it comes to your work, but also maybe when it comes to kind of like your health and day-to-day habits and day-to-day routines. It feels like if you are called to speak publicly or share your thoughts, share your opinions, you come across as both kind of like very progressive and original in thought, as well as very insightful, and maybe as well as having access to information that you can use to get leverage. I don't like the 25th because Mercury opposes Neptune, so a conversation with maybe like a family member or even with a boss could just kind of like leave you a little bit in a daze. It could leave you a little bit confused. 30th of September, very good day. Sun conjuncts Mercury in Libra. We've got a Mercury Cazimi. Great clarity in terms of who is going to be by your side and in terms of who you need to team up with to accomplish your goals for the future. And Mars trines Saturn. It feels like after taking really kind of like disciplined, consistent action in regards to something that might have been a little bit of a burden at home or might have required you to kind of like put a lot of effort into it at home or in your private life, you're starting to finally see some results. There could also be a sense of relief maybe concerning the life of a child. If they've been going through a hard time, it feels like the hardest part is over. And that is Sagittarius. My lovely Capricorns, Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. September of 2024. I think you're gonna like September. You Capricorns, out of all people, I think you're gonna like September. There is actually quite a few people who I believe are gonna like September, but maybe for different reasons. Let's say, why are you gonna like September, Capricorns? Well, because first and foremost, Venus is transiting your house of career, public status, and public reputation. All the way until the 23rd of September, Capricorns. Now, what does that tell me? It tells me that you are likely to feel very admired, valued, and appreciated in the professional space. If you want to draw new opportunities towards you professionally, Venus is on your side. It makes you really kind of like well-liked, really charming in the eyes of potential bosses. Relationships with bosses and people in positions of authority and power are likely to go very well and very smoothly with Venus transiting the 10th house. You are likely to really enjoy the path that you're on from a professional perspective, if you ask me. Venus is also the ruler of your 5th house, so it feels like you can really tap into your creativity, your artistic sense, and maybe kind of like bring your sense of creative self-expression into your professional life. At the same time, let's say you don't care about profession, although I find that hard to believe, but hey. Let's say profession is not your focus this month. Venus transiting the 10th house until the 23rd is likely to give a boost to your status and reputation in the world. So you're likely to be kind of like very well seen, regarded in a very positive light in the public space, in the public sphere. I mean, I'm a Capricorn moon myself, and I think if there's one thing that symbolically or archetypally the Capricorn energy enjoys, that's we like a good reputation, okay? Or we like things that enhance our reputation, and it does feel like that's happening, Capricorns, especially Capricorn risings, for you this month until the 23rd. Now, from the 23rd of September until the 17th of October, Venus transits Scorpio in your 11th house. Essentially, this is very auspicious and favorable when it comes to you connecting with friends, when it comes to you connecting with maybe people who are interested in the same things that you're interested in. So maybe your peers, maybe people who have similar kind of like goals for the future. It's generally a very good time to maybe go out into the world, attend social events, social occasions. Go to events, go to concerts, things like that. It's also a very good time, if you ask me, potentially to participate in group type of events or occasions for work purposes, because Venus is also the ruler of your 10th house. Let's not forget. There is one particular Venus aspect that I want to flag to you this month, Capricorns. 15th of September, but you're probably going to feel this also the day before and the day after. Venus trines Jupiter. I love this. I love this. It's probably one of the best transits of the year, the month, the quarter. It's beautiful. It's lovely. So this can bring the following. It can bring an exciting opportunity in the workspace. It can bring an opportunity for you to grow career-wise. It can bring an exciting opportunity to team up with someone that you have a lot to learn from. It can bring an opportunity to participate in some sort of a work-related project that might result in you learning a lot, but also potentially traveling, I'd say. A relationship in the professional space seems to be growing, developing, expanding in a way that is very pleasant, in a way that is very jovial, in a way that is very kind of like generative of enthusiasm. It also feels like someone is inspiring you a great deal to pursue exciting things professionally. Someone is on your side, so someone in a position of power is on your side. This is also very, very, very beautiful transit from the perspective of your health. Physical, mental, it does feel like you have some sort of a win. You're enjoying some sort of a win in the health space if you've been especially trying out new things, experimenting with I don't know, like new tactics, new techniques. Maybe you've been working with someone and alas, you feel like you've got a massive, massive win, and it almost feels like the world is witnessing your win in the health related space or in the health and wellness related space. If you need to sign a deal, a contract, this is a stellar day, an absolutely stellar day. It's a day to take chances, to take leaps of faith. Professionally, I mean, a couple of days actually, 14th, 15th, even 16th, but 14th, 15th. Good luck is on your side, basically, health-wise and work-wise around this time. make sure that you notice it. It may come in the form of an invite. It may come in the form of an opportunity. It may come in the form of a phone call. It may come in the form of an idea. I think it's very important to notice it. That's just the way that I'm reading things. Another fantastic, stellar day for signing contracts, especially professional contracts, but maybe also signing up to work with, to collaborate with someone who can help you in the health space. So another stellar day for that is the 30th of September, when the Sun conjuncts Mercury. We've got a Mercury Cazimi. This is also a stellar day for you to speak in public, to take the floor, to make a presentation, to share your expertise with the world, to share your expertise in the vocational space. It's also a great day to get clarity as to what you want to do moving forward and what you want to learn, maybe moving forward from a professional perspective. So 15th of September and 30th of September, two of my absolute favorite days this month. Now, I'm going to do this thing that sometimes annoys people, and it is what it is. I'm going to go back to the beginning of the month. So, what else is going on this month? Capricorns. 3rd of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in your 9th house in Virgo in opposition to Saturn in Pisces. Mercury squares Uranus at the time of the new moon. So I feel like there could be some sort of fresh start coming up in your life that affects you in some shape or form, maybe connected with the law, legislation, but maybe also connected with your academic path, maybe connected with your studies, potentially also connected with the in-laws. Now, whatever fresh start is coming up, it seems to be coming up with a set of restrictions. Maybe new laws that restrict you from, I don't know, like making money in the way that you used to make it before, or new laws that restrict the services that you offer. Maybe new laws involving traveling, for example. Announcements connected with your academic path, if you're studying, are also quite possible. And it does feel like the announcements, the new beginning is bringing more work your way and is making you feel quite restricted in terms of what sort of action you can take. I feel like this new moon could bring some sort of a change, a shift, some sort of novelty connected with money and finances, and also maybe taxes and debts. It may feel like you are becoming increasingly motivated to pay off any debts around this time because of this novel announcement, let's say. Those of you who are in a relationship, who are married, maybe this new moon can put the spotlight on in-laws. They might be going through a tough time, they might be going through a hard time, and as a result, maybe, I don't know, they need the financial help of your spouse, but let's say your money is pulled together, so alas, if they need the financial help, it's kind of like almost like indirectly affecting your own finances. It also feels like you need to be very careful what you say, what you speak, what you verbalize around the time of this new moon, because it could backfire. So my recommendation, it could backfire maybe from a political perspective, from a cultural perspective. I would err on the side of under-communicating. I would err on the side of caution when it comes to communication around this time. Mars is squaring Neptune. Communication is really not going great. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because we have to laugh in the face of adversity. That's what takes away its power. There was someone who commented at one point who said, "Why are you laughing when you're talking about sad things?" I'm like, hold your horses, first and foremost. Astrology is archetypally and symbolically descriptive and predictive. It does not predict concrete manifestation. No disaster has occurred yet, okay? So let's keep that kind of like in mind before we make assumptions that, I don't know, someone's laughing because they find disasters funny. No disaster has happened, okay, yet. Mars squaring Neptune says that communication is very challenging in the workspace. 3rd of September, also day before, day after. You could say the wrong thing at the wrong time. You could hurt people's feelings. There's also a possibility that there could be disruption on the road, disruption connected with traveling that maybe affects some of your targets and goals and affects how quickly you get the job done, or affects how you go into work, affects your goals connected with your work in general. I would also be very careful, not just when you're on the road on the 3rd of September, day before, day after. I would also be very careful if you're working out, if you're going to the gym. There is a possibility, Mars squaring Neptune, I mean, it could feel like your boundaries, or let's say your defenses, are not very strong, and there is a possibility of like physical kind of like incidents. You could hurt your arm, or like, I don't know, like finger or something like that. Also be very careful around this time, Capricorns, around the 3rd of September. If there's someone with like a virus in the office, I would just, if you're feeling like someone is, I don't know, like coughing or something like that, I would just take my distance if I were in your, if I were in your shoes. If you're the one with, I don't know, like a cold or flu or something like that, my recommendation is to just stay home rather than like spread the whole thing. But alas, you're gonna make that decision. You're gonna cross that bridge when you get to it. 4th of September until the 3rd of November. Mars transits Cancer in your 7th house. It could feel like other people become very demanding. Other people who, and they might also become quite irritable, potentially quite angry and frustrated, and to you it might be very unclear as to why they're angry and frustrated, and it's probably because their feelings have either been hurt in the past, or they could kind of like become angry at something that you did in the past, or something that maybe hurt them in the past, and now kind of like things are bubbling up and exploding. It could feel like other people are also potentially a tiny little bit passive aggressive, and they're not being super clear as to what they want, what they expect from you, but alas, they do get annoyed if you do not deliver. So you might feel like others are a little bit off, or kind of like argumentative throughout this period, especially partners. So your significant other, for example, business partners, if you have business partners, also family members in general. I am just gonna say it. They might be running on a very short fuse, let's say. They might also want you to let them take the lead in general. I feel like I also have to share the following. They might not be very clear in expressing what they actually want, so it might be almost like you're tasked to figure out, what does this person really want? Why are they upset, essentially? Mars is also the planet of war. The 7th house is also the house of open enemies. You might have an adversary that you're dealing with quite openly from the 4th of September until the 3rd of November. You're probably going to know, because 7th house is enemies out into the open, adversaries out into the open. Yeah, you might just have an opponent that you need to deal with. I feel like you can deal with them because you're kind of like cool, calm, and collected, but they might try to like really get to you and like get an emotional reaction from you, my dear Capricorns. I don't know, you do with that information what you want. 7th of September and 8th of September, probably not the best days of the month. Why? Because on the 7th, Mercury squares Uranus. I mean, if you have kids, a conversation with a child could go really south. I mean, it might feel like they are really rebelling against you. If you don't have kids, this could be the time when you end up spending more than you wanted to spend on something fun, entertaining, maybe on one of your passions and hobbies. Potentially. I mean, it's not a disaster. Like, I really want to stress this out. It's not a disaster, but just be mindful. 8th of September, Sun opposes Saturn. Maybe a flight or like a trip gets canceled or delayed, or what you had in mind, what you had planned. So your course of action is somehow blocked, I'd say. You might also decide to start taking some distance, maybe from someone who you interact with on a day-to-day basis. It could be a colleague, it could be a neighbor. It could also be someone who maybe used to have some sort of a say or an impact on your money and finances, maybe an accountant, a financial advisor, and you might say, you know what, I don't think this whole work thing is gonna work anymore. 9th of September until the 26th, Mercury transits your 9th house. Mercury comes in and kind of saves the day in Virgo. I'm just gonna say it. Mercury comes in with the good ideas, the rational, practical, analytical, reasonable ideas and solutions from the 9th until the 26th when it comes to matters connected with traveling, legal matters, academia, foreign lands, foreign countries. I don't know if you're involved in anything import-export, for example, anything that involves transporting goods. Mercury comes in and brings the correct solutions at the right time, which I really, really, really love. One of my favorite, two of my favorite Mercury transits this month are happening first on the 24th of September and also on the 26th. On the 24th, Mercury trines Uranus. On the 26th, Mercury trines Pluto. On the 24th, you're coming up with like really like innovative solutions. On the 26th, knowledge is power, and you have access to knowledge, and you're really kind of like seeing things very profoundly, very in depth, and you're like, okay, now I know what to do. Now I also know what to say. I also like the 24th because maybe there is some sort of an unexpected, pleasant surprise, something fun, something enjoyable, something exciting, connected with traveling, connected with foreign lands, foreign countries, connected with your education, maybe news connected with your education or news coming from abroad, and you're like, this is lovely. This is such a great surprise. I did not see this coming. It could also be good news coming from abroad connected with your work. So Mercury is doing some nice things this month. 18th of September, eclipse season is back in business. It is back with a bang. So 18th of September, active week before, week after, we have a full moon lunar eclipse activating your 3rd house, 9th house axis. Okay, this is very interesting. So some of you could be wrapping up some sort of an educational path, educational process, wrapping up a course, wrapping up your studies in some shape or form, maybe wrapping up your thesis, maybe finalizing something that you've been working on, that you've been writing and researching potentially. You could be making a public presentation. It feels like you could also be wrapping up or bringing to a close maybe something connected with your work that involved either traveling or commuting to a certain place, or maybe speaking with a certain group of people, maybe speaking a certain language. I feel like this could also be the time when you release an old way of thinking, an old mentality, an old philosophy when it comes to your work, but also when it comes to your health. You could also become very aware of the fact that you've believed in something that is maybe untrue. Something maybe connected with your health, something connected with work in general, and you're eager to explore new ways of thinking and new mentalities, I dare say. This could be the time when you pass an exam. It could also be the time when you let go of an existing means of transportation, such as a car. This could also be an exciting time for siblings and cousins and potentially neighbors, I'd say, as well. Now, it does seem to impact, so whatever's going on in their life does seem to impact your day-to-day life in some shape or form. But I feel like you're taking things in your own stride. I feel like you're already kind of like thinking about the future, thinking about how things are going to work out. You have ideas, you're excited. I like it. And not to mention that there is going to be a grand trine in Earth happening in the sky at the time of this eclipse. Sun, Uranus, Pluto. You are going through, I feel like a reset in terms of your worldview and mentality and life philosophy. And because you're looking at the world differently, because you find meaning in a different manner in your life experience, it almost feels like you're looking at yourselves, Capricorns, through a new lens. The grand trine in Earth is happening in the so-called houses of life. It feels like life is kind of like, with the risk of sounding very dramatic in what I'm saying, it feels like you're finding a new source of vitality and a new purpose in life somehow, I'd say Capricorns. I like this eclipse. I like it. I like it. 22nd of September, Libra season starts. It's going to put the spotlight even more for the next month on your professional path, your career, and your public status. 24th and 26th of September, as I said, two of my favorite days. 24th and 26th, great days to sign contracts, great day to hold speeches, great day to have important conversations, great days to maybe take exams, great days to also plan a trip, to travel, I'd say. I don't like the 25th of September. You might miss a flight, a train, or something might get delayed or canceled. You could also feel quite confused about maybe a conversation, and potentially also maybe a little bit disappointed in finding out how someone thinks. 30th of September, as I said, it's a great day career-wise, but also in terms of having significant aha moments on an intellectual level. Also, I like the fact that Mars trines Saturn. So together with someone else, you might have been working on something that required a lot of discipline and consistency over time, and it feels like now things are finally moving forward in the right direction. You could also help someone with something that they've been struggling with, something that maybe has caused a lot of maybe frustration and anger, and you're coming in and you're bringing in this sort of life experience, you're bringing in your emotional intelligence, you're holding space for them, you're having a very productive conversation, and they feel like they have a clear sense of direction. So I really, really, really like the end of September. My dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings. September 2024, what does it look like for you? Well, Aquarians, I think you're really going to enjoy one transit in particular, the transit of Venus through Libra in your 9th house, all the way until the 23rd of September, when Venus goes into your 10th house of career. Now, until the 23rd of September, Venus going through your 9th house is likely to make things really smooth and easy and pleasant and enjoyable when it comes to one of the followings, or when it comes to all of the followings. Why not, Aquarius? I think you can have it all in this case. When it comes to traveling, especially long distance traveling. So if you have any plans to, go on vacation, take some time off, if you need to travel maybe for, career purposes or just to catch up with family, Venus says, you know what? Let's make this beautiful for you. Let's make this an enjoyable experience. Venus is also likely to smooth things out, or to smooth the way when it comes to legal matters. So if you need to achieve anything, accomplish anything, maybe connected with, your legal status, your visa, your residency, and so on, Venus says, yeah, we'll give you a hand, Aquarians. Venus is also the planet of relationships and connections and collaboration. If you need support in any shape or form connected with traveling, visas, legal matters, if you need legal support, if you need any sort of support from, a mentor, from someone who has extensive knowledge of a topic, you're probably going to get it. Just say the word, ask, and it shall be given. From the 23rd of September until the 17th of October, Venus transits your 10th house of career. Now, I think you're going to like this transit as well, Aquarians, because essentially Venus is probably going to make you feel really valued and appreciated in the professional space. Relationships with people in the professional space are likely to go quite well. You may feel really charming in the professional space. You may feel like it's easy to get your way. Bosses, people in power, people who maybe have a lot of influence in your professional life, they are inclined to be accommodating. They are inclined to please you. Let's say you might also find it very easy to please them, and you're building on that relationship. If you want to attract new clients, if you want to attract new professional opportunities, Venus transiting the 10th house is very, very, very supportive. Now, Venus transiting the 10th house is also likely to give a boost to your status and reputation in the world, not just in the professional space, but in general. And you are likely to enjoy being out in the world throughout this period, even though it might somehow feel like when you're out into the world, the spotlight still is drawn to your maybe home life or private life. So for example, people might be really curious about what's going on in your home life, what's going on in your family life, and so on. Now let's go back to the beginning of the month. 3rd of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a new moon in Virgo in your 8th house, my dear Aquarians, ruled by Mercury in the 7th house. Okay, so it's an interesting new moon. It's a little bit of a restrictive new moon. It feels like if anyone was helping you financially, if anyone was giving you any sort of like support financially or materially, that's probably either going to be severely restricted or go away altogether. If you're in a relationship, your partner's finances, my experience, some sort of a limitation, maybe your partner is making less money, or if they're working for themselves, potentially, maybe one of their clients is leaving or something along those lines. It also feels like you're probably going to institute some new rules when it comes to joint assets, joint resources, when it comes to the shared bank account, for instance. You might also decide to set up some sort of new boundaries between your money, the partner's money, potentially also set up new boundaries between you and a business partner financially. You might say, yeah, it's not going to work out in the way that it's worked up until this point because we treat money very, very differently. New rules in connection with money. I've got to say, this is not necessarily the best time to invest in things. If you ask me, on the contrary, I'd actually recommend that you be quite cautious with your finances, quite cautious with what you spend your money on. Someone might need your help financially. That's also a possibility. It could be your life partner, it could be a business partner. If you do decide to help them, I think it's very, very important to communicate what you expect in a very clear manner, to communicate the deadline by which you maybe expect the money to be paid back to you. This also feels like a time when you could address the topic of debts, taxes, maybe in a new way, in a novel way, and as a result of maybe wanting to get rid of the burden of debts, you might severely restrict what you spend your money on. Your partner, or let's say there is someone in your life who's maybe somehow involved with your financial situation, maybe it's your, accountant, might not be super aligned with your plans and ideas and way of thinking when it comes to financial matters. You might also disagree with your partner on what to spend money on when it comes to home and family life. So there could be a little bit of a challenging conversation in this regards. And I almost feel like you may have to agree to disagree. I don't believe you're necessarily going to reach an agreement immediately. 3rd of September, also day before and day after, Mars squares Neptune. You might end up overspending or spending impulsively on something fun or on something connected with children or on something connected with your passions and hobbies. You might also be disappointed maybe in terms of something that you've bought for your kids or something that you've bought connected with your hobby. Careful, because this is so Mars is going to square Neptune. This is a very theft-prone transit. So if you're going to a party, for example, my recommendation would be to hold on to your wallet, to hold on to your phone, to hold on to your possessions. It does feel like in this sort of fun environment, some of your possessions could go missing. So I would be extra cautious. 4th of September until the 3rd of November, Mars transits Cancer in your 6th house. You're going to put a lot of energy, I repeat, a lot of energy, my dear Aquarians, into your day-to-day work. You're going to be very busy. You're going to have a lot on your plate. You're probably going to be in a rush to get things done. I've got to say, you might work a lot better by yourselves, Aquarians, rather than with someone else. If you do have to work with someone else, let's say you have colleagues, team members, you seem to do best when you are in charge or when you are left to your own devices to have a lot of autonomy. The thing is, you might get annoyed and frustrated because other people are not as quick, they're not as fast as you are in the workspace, and that could potentially lead to challenges, to confrontations, to conflicts. I would also be very careful what you say in the workspace throughout this period, because you might inadvertently hurt someone, you might hurt their feelings, they might have a very strong emotional reaction, and it could escalate. So hold your horses, Aquarians, especially Aquarius risings. Your 3rd house of communication is ruled by Mars, so sometimes you might be really blunt in delivering your opinions. And I'm all for honesty. I'm not all for throwing verbal arrows, just as an FYI. But it's a free world, hopefully. And you're obviously free to speak however you wish, but be mindful of the fact that it could generate conflicts in the workspace. You might also need to put some energy into taking care of your health. Now, Mars transiting the sixth house is supportive of you being physically active. However, careful not to overdo it. Also, careful what you eat, because Mars in Cancer is a little bit prone to inflammation in the stomach. So don't eat too spicy. I mean, if you know you can handle your I don't know, like spice levels, go for it. But yeah, just be aware. 7th of September and 8th of September, not my favorite days. 7th of September, Mercury squares Uranus. A conversation with a family member or with your partner is going nowhere. Maybe it feels like they're being radical in their kind of like thinking, or rebellious in the way that they voice their opinion just for the sake of being rebellious, you could say. Also, the internet might not work at home or something along those lines on this day. You might need to fix it. 8th of September, Sun opposes Saturn. You may really need to curb expenses connected with someone else, or you might really need to curb the money that you spend in order to, I don't know, like support someone. Also, when it comes to financial matters, you and an important person in your life who has a say over your finances, or who is somehow involved with your finances, you do not seem to be on the same page. I repeat, agree to disagree. 9th of September until the 26th. Mercury comes in and saves the day a little bit. Where does it come in? It comes into your 8th house. Mercury brings the clear, rational thinking and the practical solutions, Mercury in Virgo. So if you've been experiencing frustrations and challenges or conflicts or issues when it comes to financial matters, when it comes to debts, taxes, shared assets, shared resources, also if your partner has been experiencing any financial challenges, Mercury comes in with the good ideas, with the good news, with the practical solutions from the 9th until the 26th. Two of my favorite days from this Mercury and Virgo transit are the 24th and the 26th of September. On the 24th, Mercury trines Uranus. There could be like a very kind of like unconventional, original solution to a financial problem connected with home life, family life, property, real estate. There could also be some sort of an original, unexpected solution coming up when it comes to solving a crisis at home in general. And 26th, Mercury trines Pluto. I feel like you might uncover some buried information, some hidden information that changes things very drastically, that changes maybe how you approach an issue connected with money or finances, or some sort of a crisis in your life, my dear Aquarians. And you're like, had I known this thing all along, I would have been able to like tackle it straight away. But alas, you know what they say, better late than never, okay? Now, one of my absolute favorite days of the month, I like the 24th of September, I like the 26th of September, but I like the absolute most, I apologize, I'm filming this in Mercury retrograde. Sometimes I need to like stop and find the correct word and the correct pronunciation. My absolute favorite day of the month is the 15th of September, when Venus trines Jupiter. Okay, so some sort of like good news, exciting opportunity, beautiful connection is making its way to you. This is a day when there could be fabulous news coming from abroad, brilliant news connected with your education, connected maybe with your children, potentially also connected with your romantic life, your love life. If you're traveling around this time, you seem to be enjoying it like no one's business. You seem to be connecting with the right people. You could be forming some sort of a connection, a relationship. It doesn't even have to be romantic. You could be meeting someone who you see as a mentor, as a guide, as a very kind of like important figure in your life that somehow kind of like enlightens you, that somehow kind of like illuminates you. It's a fantastic time to travel or to plan to travel, to buy tickets for example. It's a fantastic time to go out into the world, to do something cultural, maybe also to present something to the outside world. Your spirit is kind of like lifted and joy is brought into your life. Also from like a philosophical or maybe spiritual perspective, it feels like things are clicking into place and you're seeing the meaning of life, and you're feeling very lucky, very privileged somehow. Fantastic energy is brought into your life, potentially also by children. If you have kids, you could be very proud of them. They might have some sort of a big win, some sort of a big success in the educational space. And I have to say it, Venus, Jupiter, I mean, this expands romance. It's a fantastic time to go out on a date, to surprise your partner, to say yes to maybe a potential new relationship if you're not with someone already. If you're looking to have children, if you want to get pregnant, 14th and 15th of September, because you might feel the energy also the day before. I love this time. A stroke of luck, divine grace, divine intervention through someone seems to be the theme at the time of this transit. And then 18th of September, dun 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 dun, eclipse season is back. 18th of September, active week before, week after. We've got a full moon lunar eclipse activating your financial axis. A lot going on when it comes to money and finances this month, Aquarius. I feel like you've got to get your finances in order. You've got to get your house in order. You've got to get your taxes and your debts in order. Maybe also anything connected with inheritance, insurance, or something like that. This could be the time when you end a chapter in some shape or form financially. Maybe you release a source of income, or maybe you decide to no longer spend money on something. It could also feel like your existing financial situation is changing because there is some sort of new developments, new opportunities coming up in your life, maybe connected with children, but also maybe connected with passions and hobbies. You could also make a big pay, a big expense could be making its way to you, but it feels like it's an expense that you're very happy to take care of, that you're very happy to handle. So for example, you could be paying for your child's education because maybe they've been accepted into some sort of prestigious, I don't know, like university or like educational program. Your value system seems to be going through a reset as well, especially when it comes to what makes you happy, when it comes to children, and when it comes to your romantic life. Now, you might have been reluctant to try something out, but I say give it a shot, give it a chance. There's going to be a grand trine in Earth in the sky at the time of this eclipse. The Sun, Uranus, Pluto. I mean, something's definitely going through a massive transformation, massive change in your personal life behind the scenes. It's also impacting your financial life, but it's something that you seem to be happy with, even though it's a big change. It's like, yeah, I'm good. I like this. 22nd of September, Libra season starts. It emphasizes for the next month higher education, long distance traveling, connections with foreign lands and foreign countries, your academic path. On the 25th of September, there's something here that is a little bit worrying to me. Mercury opposes Neptune. It feels like someone might try to steal money from you, or you might misplace your wallet, or you might spend money on something that breaks, so you could have some sort of disappointment connected with an expense. Just be careful if something seems too good to be true financially. Maybe if you find a bargain, it's probably not a bargain. It might be a scam. And the month ends superbly with a Mercury Cazimi. Sun conjunct Mercury in the 9th house, a fabulous time to sign a contract, to enter into a partnership, a legal partnership, to travel somewhere, to make plans to travel, to maybe start off a new chapter from an educational perspective, to hold a speech publicly. Clarity when it comes to what is meaningful for you from a philosophical standpoint is also a key theme. Mars trines Saturn also on the same day. After putting a lot of work on a day-to-day basis, maybe in terms of your health or in terms of something that you wanted to accomplish in the workspace, you're seeing results. It feels like you're moving forward, you're on track. Through discipline, through consistency, you are absolutely starting to see results. And that is Aquarius. Now, Pisces suns and Pisces risings, September of 2024. What does it have in store for you, my lovely Pisces? Oh gosh, what a month. What an exciting month. I mean, you and Virgos are probably the ones going through some of the biggest changes this month. Why? Because the lunations are happening on the Virgo Pisces axis, and would you look at that, we've got an eclipse coming up as well. I feel like now that I've mentioned the eclipse, I have to start off with the eclipse. It's probably the most significant event of the month, especially for you, my dear Pisces. 18th of September, active week before week after, we're going to have a full moon lunar eclipse activating your first house, 7th house axis. Jupiter, the ruler of the eclipse, is moving through your 4th house of home and family life. It's trining Venus, and Mercury is opposing Saturn. Okay, so a few things are happening here. It feels like you are letting go. You're releasing in a manner that feels quite fated. You're releasing an old identity. You're kind of like shedding, you know, like the snake, your old skin. It feels like the old you is kind of like saying goodbye to you. You might have this sort of like out of body experience where you see your old life and you're like, okay, goodbye. You served me well, but now it's time to move into a new direction, in a different direction. It's a culminating point that you might be experiencing, Pisces, also in your relationship sector. So it feels like you are revisiting your relationships. You are revisiting who you have on your side. You're revisiting collaborations in general. You could be revisiting work relationships and potentially saying goodbye to one of them. You could also be revisiting your relationship sector in general and say, yeah, you know what, this is the direction in which I want to build moving forward, but this is no longer working for me. There is a possibility that something big could be happening if you're in a relationship at home for you and a partner. Maybe you're deciding to buy a house together. Maybe you're deciding to start a family together. Maybe a child is already on the way. It's a possibility. I'm just going to put it out there. So it feels like a big shift is taking place in the private space of your life, but you're not alone in this. Someone else is involved as well. There's also a possibility that together, maybe with someone else, you might decide to leave behind the home and potentially, I don't know, like sell it, look for different houses, and so on. I feel like you also have to give someone in your life the benefit of a doubt somehow, even if maybe they've hurt you in the past, even if maybe you felt disappointed in them in the past. I feel like now they can probably do better. I know it's such a cliche to say that people change, but in this case, this person might have actually genuinely changed. There's going to be a grand trine in the sky, in Earth, between the Sun, Uranus, and Pluto. It feels like you're working in collaboration with someone. You're having some really productive conversations. They're helping you transform your future. They're changing your future in very concrete, tangible, practical ways. And it does feel like this person is either a partner or a business collaborator or someone who you see as an advisor or as an important consultant, my dear Pisces. So the eclipse, probably the most important event of the month. This eclipse is giving us a taster. It's giving us a little bit of a preview of what you can expect from the eclipses starting off next spring until 2027. So for a good few years, my dear Pisces. Eclipses sometimes take things away from us. Whatever needs to be released, release it, let go of it. I feel like you might need to release something connected with an old identity or with an old life direction, Pisces. But at the same time, the future looks good. The future looks really kind of like concrete and tangible. The future looks doable and workable, and you've got good people on your side, Pisces. Now let me go back to the beginning of the month. Venus. One of the two benefic planets in astrology. Venus is transiting your 8th house all the way until the 23rd of September. Now, this is generally an auspicious time. It's considered to be an auspicious period for investments. Now, of course, this is not financial advice. Please take the advice of your, accountant, financial advisor, whoever you take your advice from when it comes to money. And obviously you're completely responsible for what you do with your finances. But in general, Venus transiting the 8th house is considered to be a good time for investments. It can be a good time to take your wins. In general, this year, Pisces, especially Pisces risings, with the South Node moving through your 8th house, I would not necessarily recommend pouring more money into your investments, but it could be a good time to sell and to take your wins. And this month until the 23rd could be a good time to take your wins, especially around the 15th of September, maybe also the day before when Venus trines Jupiter. So there could be like an investment that is seeing some sort of a tangible, significant growth. Venus transiting the 8th house is also superb for your intimate life. It makes things very enjoyable, very pleasant. Venus also comes in and helps you with anything that could be considered a crisis or a transformation. So Venus might come in until the last week of September in the form of someone, person, that is able and educated and capable enough to help you with some sort of a crisis or a transformation in your life. They might give you really good advice, so something to pay attention to. Venus transiting the 8th house might also attract towards you other people's resources. So if you are, I don't know, like looking to apply for a scholarship, a bursary, I don't know, if you're looking for an investor, if you're looking for investors, this could be a good time when you find exactly the right people who have the assets, who have the means to support your endeavors, my lovely Pisces. A particularly auspicious time to attract money, to take your wins in terms of investments, and to also have great sex is the 15th of September, but also the day before, and to a lesser extent, the day after. Venus from the 23rd of September until the 17th of October is going to transit your 9th house. So it's probably going to help you. It's probably going to make things really enjoyable, delightful, nice, agreeable when it comes to the following matters. When it comes to any sort of like a legal issue that you're dealing with, but also when it comes to long distance traveling, when it comes to relationships with people from different countries, different cultures. Now, it doesn't have to be a romantic relationship that I'm referring to. It could be the relationship that you have with a colleague. You might collaborate very well at work with a colleague who is based abroad or who has a different cultural background. Venus transiting this part of the chart is also generally considered to be quite auspicious for academic matters. So if you need to apply again for a bursary, for a scholarship, if you need to have some sort of an interview, I like this period. You might also feel very inspired throughout this period by going to museums, going to the theater, by attending cultural events, let's say. Now, if we go back to the beginning of the month, 3rd of September, we've got a new moon in your 7th house of relationships, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in opposition to Saturn. It feels like someone in your life, it could be a life partner, it could be a business partner, it could be an advisor, it could be a work colleague, it could be a client. Someone in your life is saying, I expect more from you. They're kind of like very demanding. They're very demanding in terms of the service that they expect from you. You might feel quite burdened by what they expect from you. You might feel quite limited because maybe you can't do things in the way that you would normally do them. There's also a possibility that you might need to bring in some sort of new boundary in the relationship with a colleague, a client, an advisor, or your life partner. It feels like you need to find a way to work with someone who you don't really get along with quite well around this time. And when I say work, it could be literally someone in the workspace. Now, this person might have been someone who you have some history with. Maybe they do things very differently from you. Maybe they're very kind of like fastidious, very nitpicky, very kind of like nagging in their energy. But alas, you might have to find a way to collaborate with them. They don't seem to think in the same way that you think. They don't seem to work in the same way that you work. So it could be a little bit of a challenge on a day-to-day basis. I feel like it's very important if you find yourself in this situation, my dear Pisces, to communicate what has bothered you in the past, or to communicate what your boundaries are, to communicate some ground rules, let's say. So, for example, let's say this person is like a genuine, I don't know, like workaholic, and they send you messages outside of working hours and they expect you to respond, and that annoys you like no one's business. So you might need to bite the bullet and say, listen, in order for this to work, you have to stop doing this. I do not appreciate you trying to encroach upon my personal time. They might not like it, but they're probably going to take it on board. 3rd of September, also day before and day after, Mars squares Neptune. There could be some sort of an accident with water around the house, like a pipe might burst or something like that. There is a possibility that someone in the home might say something that hurts you. You could also feel potentially a little bit attacked, but at the same time powerless in defending yourself in front of someone. Maybe it's like a family member, maybe it's a parent, maybe you're trying to be the bigger person and not enter a debate, but it is a little bit of a challenging conflictual energy in the home space. Also, there is a possibility that someone at home could catch like a cold or something like that. If you've got a cold, if you've got the flu, make sure that you don't pass it on to other people. 4th of September until the 3rd of November, Mars transits Cancer in your 5th house. Now, Mars is the ruler of your 2nd house and your 9th house. Okay, so you might spend a lot of money from the 4th of September until the 3rd of November on your kids, if you have kids, on fun activities, on your passions and hobbies. You might overdo it. You might also spend quite a bit of money on traveling for fun and pleasure. Be very careful, just as an FYI, because Mars can also be sometimes a little bit destructive, especially in a sign that it does not enjoy being in. Be careful with fun that is dangerous or potentially dangerous, or be careful not to have too much fun and hurt yourselves, my dear Pisces. I'm just going to give you a very straightforward example. Let's say you go out, you have a great time, you drink too much, and you end up, I don't know, falling. God forbid. Hopefully not. But that's the type of potential issue that I'm referring to. Also, if your kids, if you have kids, if they are involved in any sort of sports and games, I would just recommend to them that they be extra cautious and that they make sure that they're not taking unnecessary risks so that they don't end up hurting themselves. Like, generally the answer to a difficult Mars is more Saturn, so more restriction, more caution, more prudence, let's say. 7th of September and 8th of September, not my favorite days, not the worst of days, but yeah, just not my favorite, a little bit more challenging. 7th of September, disruption in terms of transportation, also disruption in terms of communication, potentially at work. Maybe the internet starts being a little bit glitchy. Maybe you thought you had sent an email and someone gets back to you and says, oh, I've never received the attachment to this email. Where is it? So yeah, just a little bit of an unexpected kind of potentially issue in terms of communication at work. Someone might cancel on you the last minute at work. Maybe you had a meeting in the schedule, in the diary, in your schedule, and you're like, no, but I've prepared for this. Why? 8th of September, Sun opposes Saturn. Someone with a lot of power is making you feel like you're not very prepared, like you're not very competent. It feels like someone with a lot more expertise potentially than you is making you feel really insecure. Maybe that's not their intention at all, but at the same time, it could be the result of how they act. There's also a possibility that if you are in a relationship, your partner might make you feel like you are not being very reasonable and practical. Just as an FYI. Now, 9th of September until the 26th is a period that I really like. Why? Because Mercury comes in and saves the day a little bit. It transits Virgo in your 7th house. So it does feel like you can kind of like enjoy better communication, better conversations, better collaboration with other people being work colleagues, your life partner, family members. It also feels like if you've been having any issues at home with family members when it comes to practical matters, Mercury comes in and brings the logical solutions and brings the ability to find a middle ground, a middle path, and to fix and solve any issues at home. We've talked about the eclipse. 22nd of September, the sun goes into Libra in your 8th house, so it further emphasizes finances, taxes, debts, the partner's resources. It also further emphasizes the aspect of intimacy in your life. Before it goes into Libra on the same day, it's going to trine Pluto. Now, I like this because on the 22nd of September, it feels like an important relationship is going through a reset, a transformation, and in a manner that is probably going to result in it functioning a lot better from a practical perspective moving forward. 24th of September and 26th, two of my favorite days. 24th of September, Mercury trines Uranus. Really kind of like surprisingly stimulating and exciting conversation with someone that gives you some really, really good ideas. You might also bump into someone very unexpectedly, and it just feels like it's the right person at the right time that has been sent in your life. Your partner could have a surprise for you, maybe something practical, concrete, connected with an old issue at home, and you're like, you managed to fix this. Fabulous. 26th of September, Mercury trines Pluto. I feel like you could have a very kind of like deep, profound, maybe conversation about the future with someone. It could be a partner, it could be maybe a coach, an advisor, a counselor, a consultant of some sorts. And because of this conversation, it becomes very clear to you, because of the depth of this conversation, it becomes very clear to you how you want to change your future and how you can and like make things happen at a very intense level when it comes to your goals and plans for the future. This is a day of deep conversations with other people, but also deep conversations about practical matters. Other people could bring really useful solutions to your own problems on this day, my dear Pisces. So don't be afraid to open up about whatever your problems might be. 30th of September. Oh no, let me take a bit of a step back. 25th of September, not my favorite day. So the days that I like the least this month are the 7th, the 8th, maybe also the 3rd, and the 25th. The 25th, Mercury opposes Neptune. You might feel like someone just doesn't get you, like you're not speaking the same language. You might also feel like they're trying to bring logical solutions to an emotional problem or issue, or kind of like just mood that you're going through. Someone could also make you feel like they're disappointed in you because maybe they've projected some sort of an idea onto you, or they had these like super high expectations from you and somehow you don't deliver, but maybe it's not your fault. Maybe they just had unreasonable expectations from you. 30th of September, also very good day. Sun conjuncts Mercury, a day that is very good for signing financial agreements and contracts, a day that is very good for like filing taxes, making payments towards your taxes, your debts. Also, I like that Mars is trining Saturn. So it's a day to put in a lot of like effort into something that you enjoy. If you have kids, it could feel like your child has some sort of a success, some sort of a win after working very, very hard on something maybe that you've helped them with. It could also feel like you are energized by maybe an enjoyable kind of like activity. You're energized in terms of getting out of a rut in your life in some shape or form, Pisces. The month actually ends beautifully. I will just say this. That is, folks, your September horoscope. Thank you once again for tuning in. Don't forget that if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com. You can go straight to the services section to purchase a personal reading, a personal one-to-one video consultation with me. If my content is useful, if it's helpful, don't forget to give it a like, a thumbs up, and obviously to subscribe, share it with your friends. And you can also leave a donation using the thanks button on YouTube. If you are on Instagram, I'm active on Instagram. You might get to see more of my personal life snippets here and there. My Instagram handle is @ruxunbelievable. That's ruxunbelievable. And I look forward to hearing how September plays out for you. Even if I don't respond to all the comments, because there's a lot of them, just know that I read all of them, and it's always really genuinely really interesting for me as an astrologer to see how the astrology pans out from like a material manifestation perspective. Enjoy this month, and I will see you next time. Thank you. Bye.